I wanted each of the three sisters to be very different people, and so we've got the older, even though Maud is not a lot older. There's only a year that separates each of the three girls. But I wanted her to be the more mature one, the one kind of in charge. But I also wanted Frances, the younger one, to be a spitfire. And so that left Doris to be the mild-mannered, quiet, tender-hearted one. And I needed to find a story that fit her sweet little personality. And so what better to do that than a widower with two adorable little girls. And having my own mother die when I was young, and knowing what it's like to fear what a stepmother might be like, and then eventually I was widowed, and I married again and became a stepmother, and wanting to make sure that my new stepdaughter felt welcome and a part of our family. I wanted all those things to become part of the relationship that was growing between Doris and her heartthrob. So I hope you enjoy her sweet, sweet romance.
A Dandy for Doris, Lilac City Novella Series, Book 1, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Chapter 1. Marshall Breckinridge looked over the newspaper at his younger sister and prayed for strength not to strangle her. Judith glanced around the room with disdain. If she kept it up, he just might do it and claim insanity. Back in New York, he wouldn't have gotten away with it. These Wyoming judges tended to be a little more sympathetic. Mostly. He'd hoped when she'd come to live with him, she'd serve as a hostess to give an air of refinement to his guest ranch. His clientele were usually wealthy men who wanted a taste of what it was like to be a cowboy. Judith's sophistication could have been a way for them to relax when they returned after a hard day of work. Instead, she was haughty and demeaning to them. After a month here, Marshall was ready to send her back. Today was the first day since her arrival they hadn't had guests with them for breakfast. The three dudes who were staying with them had left early to help Marshall's men mend fence before the day got too hot. "Judith," Marshall said, lowering his paper, "you've about overstayed your welcome." At first it seemed like she hadn't heard him until she turned her head and met his gaze with her cool one. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying it's different here than it was in New York." "As if that weren't obvious." She gave another one of her irritating and disdainful sniffs. "We work here. And if you're going to live with me, you must work too." Judith blinked at him as though he'd spoken a foreign language. He shouldn't have been surprised by such a response. Their father was of the old-fashioned philosophy that work was beneath them, which was ridiculous since Marshall's grandfather had made his fortune in steel. He'd only quit working when he'd sold his company during the Great Consolidation. The family had then moved from Pennsylvania to New York. But Marshall remembered the old man's work ethic and had grown up listening to his stories. It had given Marshall the idea to come out west to become a rancher. He'd wanted to work hard for what he had, and he was proud of what he'd accomplished. "Breckinridges don't work." Judith's words were firm and condescending. She reminded Marshall of their father. "You could have fooled me." Marshall put down the paper and lifted his hands to show the calluses on his palms. His sister's only response was a sniff. That was it. He'd had enough. Marshall stood slowly to his full 6 feet. "I'm sending you back tomorrow. Pack your bags." He turned to leave. "No, you can't," Judith cried, the first real emotion he'd heard since her arrival. He turned around and found she'd risen to her feet. "Please, don't send me away. I can't bear to go back there to all those—" She snapped her mouth closed. What had happened to her back home? While here in Lilac City, Marshall had been sheltered from the full brunt of their father's scandal. Judith had had to live through the whole thing. The disgrace had been so bad, her fiancé had broken their engagement. Marshall felt sorry for her, and he didn't know how to help. He could not, however, abide her terrible attitude and demeanor anymore. "I'll allow you to stay, for now, but with conditions." When she opened her mouth as though to argue, he held up a finger and arched his brows, saying, "You will remember you're my hostess, and you will be pleasant to my guests. I need you to act as you would at any society function back home by making pleasant small talk with them and seeing after their needs." Marshall raised a second finger. "You will attempt to become acquainted with other ladies in the area. I notice you chatting with Miss Doris Lancaster. I believe you lent her a pattern." Judith gave a sullen nod. "It would be good to pursue friendships with the two older sisters, though I'd suggest you steer clear of the youngest one, as she seems a little wild." His sister sniffed as though it was beneath her to even speak on something so obvious. "And I'll start penalizing you every time you give one of those disdainful sniffs. I'd have thought your finishing school would have taught you better than that. At the very least, it's unattractive. My guests do not appreciate being looked down upon. I'll give you a month to bring yourself up to snuff, or I'll send you back. Do I make myself clear?" "But what about Lydia and Florence? Don't they need a woman's influence?" "There is such a thing as a bad influence, Judith. I don't wish my daughters to grow up to behave like you." Marshall almost felt sorry for the crushed expression on his sister's face, but he didn't take back the words. Being kind had done nothing to change her behavior. He was finished playing nice. "Those are my requirements for you to stay. The choice is entirely yours. But I want to make it clear, I will not hesitate to return you to that disaster in New York." Judith blanched at the threat. "You want me to play nice with these uncouth and uneducated people?" Marshall met her haughty gaze with a flat look. His guests were hardly either of those. While the people in the area had come from many walks of life, most of them were good and decent people who worked hard for their livings. "I require you to show the decency every one of God's creatures deserves. Just because we went to fancy schools and grew up in expensive homes doesn't mean we're better than they are. All you have to do is look at Father to know how true that is." His sister didn't even try to retort. Probably more than anyone besides their mother, Judith had suffered at their father's downfall. More than once, Marshall had considered changing his name rather than be associated with a felon. He was sure his father hadn't intended his actions to be graft, but his pursuit of the almighty dollar had gotten the better of him. Every once in a while, one of Marshall's guests would mention the name. He'd gotten good at deflecting the conversations before anyone could ask if he had family connections. Was Judith doing the same? "Is that why you're so rude to my guests?" he asked, his voice soft. "Are you trying to make sure they don't ask questions about your name?" Judith's chin trembled, and she wouldn't look at him. Marshall gently took her hands. "Please, look at me." When she wouldn't, he put a finger to her chin and lifted it. A tear ran from the corner of her eye. Where had the sweet little girl gone, who'd once found joy in everything? How much had their parents' pressure on her to make a good marriage, a profitable connection, tainted her view on everything? What had she lost when their father had been taken from their home in handcuffs? Marshall had let her go too long without speaking of it. "Juicy, please." At the use of the baby name she'd given herself because she couldn't pronounce her name correctly, Judith met his gaze. Instead of the usual superiority and condescension in her eyes, He saw pain. Marshall pulled her into his arms, glad when she wrapped her arms around his waist. He held her while she cried. "And what is this?" Doris Lancaster asked as she squatted down before the little boy. At 5, Devin Teague had the adorable chubby cheeks and joy of life most youngsters his age did. He wasn't the only child in her classroom who regularly brought her flowers. "I picked them just for you, teacher." "He wants you to be his girl." Doris glanced at 12-year-old Hank Knox, her brows raised. "What did it mean when you brought me flowers yesterday? Do you want me to be your girl, too?" The other boys hooted. Doris raised her hand and signaled for them to stop. It was the last day the older scholars would attend classes until the harvest was over. They were full of energy and anticipation for the time off from their studies, though it wouldn't be free time, as they'd need to help around their holdings, whether it be ranching or farming. Only the younger ones would attend for the final weeks of the school year. "It's good to do nice things for people, such as bringing them flowers." Doris stood and accepted the small bouquet from little Devin. They'd become great friends on the train trip to Lilac City a few months ago. She looked at Hank and said, "You don't have to be sweet on someone to do nice things for her. Do you ever bring your mother flowers?" He nodded. She knew his mother had been ill with scarlet fever during the winter and was still recovering. Doris had seen him picking some of the first flowers of the season. She liked the idea of creating school traditions. It might be fun to begin one of giving flowers. She'd ask Mrs. Teague, Devin's mother, if they could order seeds. The children could help Doris maintain the flower beds. "I wish I could bring my mother flowers," Lydia Breckinridge said, her young voice wistful. "I wish I could as well," Doris said, taking the little girl's hand. "I lost my mother when I was young, too." "Did you?" Florence Breckinridge was only 11 months older than Lydia and had taken on the role of protector for her younger sister. "Yes." Doris glanced around the room, surprised as she looked at the young faces, to realize how many of them had lost one parent or the other. "Since many of us know what it is to lose someone dear to us, I think we should take the remainder of our lesson time to write a note or draw a picture for someone we care about." "Do they have to be dead?" Hank asked, still a little belligerent. "It might be best if you write a note to someone who's alive, but whom you haven't told is important to you." The scholars took their seats, and Doris poured some water from the pitcher into a glass for the flower. They often brought her little gifts. It endeared them to her even more. Returning to her desk to continue grading papers, she found her attention drawn outside. The rough Wyoming country where her older brother had settled was so different from Indiana, where she'd been raised. When she and her 2 sisters had fled the home of their uncle to avoid being forced into arranged marriages, she'd been afraid. Their father had always watched over them with care, if not always the tenderness their mother had. Doris rolled the pencil in her hand. How could father have left them to the care of his vile brother? She'd not have thought it of him. But he had behaved terribly to Luke. What would she and her sisters have done had their older brother not been willing to take them in? "Miss Lancaster?" a timid voice said. Doris looked into Lydia's deep brown eyes. They were so like her father's. It was the memory of his eyes and strong arms which calmed Doris whenever she had one of the reoccurring nightmares of that horrid night. Remembering Marshall Breckinridge let her fall asleep again. "Yes, dear," Doris said. "Have you finished?" "Yes, ma'am." The girl flicked a brown braid out of her way and held out her slate. Doris took it and looked at Lydia's expectant little face. At 5, she was a tiny thing, dwarfed by the boys in the school. It made the child shy when she was around the other children. Every day when Doris had her lunch, Lydia would sit with her to eat her own. Sometimes Florence would join them, but more often the older girl would be out with the other children. "Do you wish me to read this now?" Doris asked. "Yes, ma'am." The child hesitated and then asked, "Can I sit on your lap?" "Of course." Doris lifted her, and when Lydia had settled with her back against Doris's chest, she raised the slate for them to read. "My mama died when I was little. I miss her. I love my daddy. I'm glad he didn't die too." "I was a little older than you when my mama died," Doris whispered, her lips close to the child's ears. "I'm glad your daddy didn't die too." "How come?" Lydia shifted so she could look at Doris. "Because your daddy saved me." "He did?" The child's expression brightened and her eyes went wide. "When?" Doris hadn't meant to tell the story. She didn't want to frighten the child, but it was something she needed to do now she'd awakened the little girl's interest. "My uncle thinks we should still be in Indianapolis under his care, but we want to be with our brother. Uncle hired some men to take my sisters and me back there. We didn't want to go, but the men tried to take us anyway." Doris brushed a wayward strand of hair from Lydia's forehead. "Our brother, Mr. Hamblin from the Lucky L Ranch, gathered some men to search for us." "My daddy was one of them?" "Indeed he was. He was the one who found us. I was scared, and he—" Doris's voice trailed off as she remembered the way he'd held her and how his soothing words had made her feel. "He hugged you, didn't he?" Lydia asked. "He gives the best hugs when you're scared." "Yes, he does." Doris swallowed around the lump in her throat. "Now, would you like me to help with some of your spelling?" Lydia sighed. "Florence is better at it than I am." "Of course she is. She's older than you are, and she's been learning to spell longer. I'll help you so when you're her age, you'll be a good speller too." Another scholar had approached the desk, and Doris set Lydia on the floor. Using a piece of chalk, Doris circled the misspelled words and wrote the correct spelling underneath. "How about you go back and practice these words? Write them 5 times each." Lydia put on a martyred expression, her shoulders slumped, but she shot Doris a cheeky grin. "Get on with you." Doris kept her voice stern, but she winked at the child. The rest of the class time passed quickly as children shared their expressions of gratitude. Hank surprised her with a touching note to his grandmother, who lived with his family. "I believe she'll like this a lot," Doris said as she handed the slate back to him. "Your spelling is much improved. Well done." "Thank you, miss. I can bring you flowers, too." The boy ducked his head, his ears turning an adorable shade of red. "That would be lovely, Hank. I always like to receive flowers from my students." "I want to marry you when I grow up." His words came out low and in a rush. "It's very kind of you and a great honor you offer me." Doris chose her words carefully because she had no wish to crush his young heart. His was not the first proposal she'd received from one of her students, and she imagined she would have to get good at letting down boys easily. "I'm afraid I'm so much older than you that your father wouldn't approve." "But I'll be all growed up, so he can't tell me no. You'll wait for me to be a man, won't you, Miss Doris?" His young face was so sincere, her heart gave a twist. She patted his cheek the same way she'd seen his grandmother do in church, hoping it would make her seem older to him. "You have a lot of years before you'll be an adult, so I believe it'd be best if you waited to make such an important decision until much later." Doris kept her voice soft so the other children wouldn't overhear and tease him. "What if I waited for you and when you were grown up you decided I was an old lady?" "Never, miss. Never." "Your devotion is admirable. Someday a lucky young woman who is closer to your age will be worthy of it." When he looked about to argue, she said, It's not something you have to decide today, is it? No, miss, he said, resigned. Then let's not worry about it for now. Doris rose to her feet and said to the class, "If you haven't turned in your slate yet, please bring it to me and then gather your belongings. For those of you who will be off for the summer, be sure to take everything home with you." She made short work of grading the slates so the children could take the messages home to their loved ones. Standing at the door, she saw off the scholars. The Breckinridge girls were the last there. Since their aunt had arrived from back east, she would sometimes be the one to drive them to and from school. The Circle B ranch folks appeared to be running late today. Deputy Charles Merrick approached. Since the attempted kidnapping, he'd taken it on himself to see the sisters were safe, especially now he was married to Doris's older sister, Maud. Because he worked in town, he'd taken on himself the task of watching out for them whenever they were there. "Sheriff Vosburgh needs me for something," Charles said. "So it will keep me busy for a while yet. Do you mind going to Teague's store to wait for me? I don't want you at the school by yourself." "That'll be fine," she said, aware when Lydia slid her hand into hers. "Ladies," Charles tipped his hat to each of the little girls, which made Florence give a shy giggle. "Is he worried your uncle will try to steal you if you're alone?" Lydia asked when he'd left. Doris wished she'd thought of a more benign way to explain the kidnapping attempt. She hadn't wanted to make the little girl worry. "He watches over a lot of things," Doris said, keeping her voice light. "It's his job. Here comes your carriage." Judith sat beside one of the cowhands. She always looked so stiffly elegant and proper. Doris had often wondered if the woman found it difficult to be in a place like Lilac City, a small town with few refinements. The little girls ran to the surrey, and Doris followed them. Judith had let the cowhand help her down so the girls could climb into the back. Marshall's sister started to make a sharp reprimand, but seemed to catch herself, softening her voice. "You must remember you are ladies," she said. "I wish I was a boy so I didn't have to worry about it," Lydia said, her chin set. The little girl's stubborn expression made Doris think of her younger sister, who felt the same way. Since Judith didn't approve of Frances, Doris kept the thought to herself. "I must apologize for not having returned your pattern yet," she said. "I meant to bring it with me today in case I saw you, but I forgot." Judith gave her a considering look and asked with a polished and sophisticated air, "Would you mind bringing it to the ranch?" She had so much confidence, something Doris had never managed to learn at finishing school. "I'd be happy to. I'll have it sent to you right away. I didn't mean to keep it so long." "I'd like you to bring it to me there." Judith put a gloved hand on Doris's. "Come and have tea tomorrow. It's something new I'm starting with the Circle B to add a little culture. I hope you'll help me serve." Marshall's sister had a way of making Doris feel special whenever she made a friendly gesture. But Judith was a confusing woman. She was hot and cold, one day friendly and the next day too proud to acknowledge lowly townsfolks. The woman's mercurial personality reminded Doris of the Gothic novel, Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Doris sensed something was holding Judith back and liked to think that, on the days she made friendly overtures, she was allowing herself to seek friendship, while it was fear driving her cold behavior. "All right, that would be lovely," Doris said. "May I bring something?" "Oh, no, we'll provide everything. Come for tea at 3. Without another word, Judith accepted the cowhand's help back into the buggy. She didn't look back as they drove away. "Who are you, Judith Breckinridge?" Doris asked no one. Chapter 2. "Daddy, I forgot to show you this yesterday," Lydia said, approaching his desk. She shyly handed Marshall her slate from school. The writing had smudged, but he could tell she'd made an effort to protect it. As he read the words his small daughter had written, his heart ached. He and Agnes had been dear friends, and he missed having someone to talk to. At least he had his memories. His poor daughters didn't. He hadn't missed the wistful way both of them watched other children with their mothers at church. Marshall gave Lydia a soft squeeze, tickling her as he did. She giggled. His children needed a mother, but he had no wish to marry out of duty. Judith would tell him he was being a fool, a romantic, as though the two words were one and the same. She still carried the family's belief that a marriage should increase the family's social status and wealth. Was he ridiculous to want to be in love with his wife? An image came to mind, one which had recently haunted his dreams, of a fair-haired beauty with luminescent blue eyes. Though her hair was disheveled and her face smudged with dirt, she was still the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. It had been as though Hesiod's ancient poem had come to life. Doris of the lovely hair. Marshall wondered if he'd ever forget how she felt in his arms as he'd comforted her. "Miss Doris said you saved her," Lydia said. Marshall startled at his daughter's words, embarrassed to have been once again thinking of the young woman. It was almost as though Lydia had known his thoughts. Ever since the town had hired the Lancaster sister as the schoolmarm, his daughters could speak of no one else. They adored her. Why did Miss Doris have to be so young and mild-mannered? Lydia shifted in his lap and cupped his cheeks in her tiny hands. "Are you listening to me, Daddy?" "Of course I'm listening to you, Blueberry Muffin." His daughter giggled at his use of the ever-changing nickname. "I'm not a blueberry muffin. I'm a little girl." "A delicious little girl." Marshall made chewing sounds and tickled her neck, which made her squeal. "Tickle me," Florence cried, throwing herself at them. Marshall pulled her onto his lap. The slate fell to the floor and broke with a crack. "I'm sorry." Florence started to pull away, but he grabbed her more tightly in his arm. "Don't you go, my little cake. I can buy a new slate, but I can't find chocolate as delicious as you." He made eating sounds with her, too. The two little girls struggled to get away, giggling so hard it made their efforts fruitless. "Really, Marshall." At the sound of Judith's disapproving voice, the three of them stopped. Marshall, his hair mussed and his clothing askew, scowled at his sister. When had she become such a killjoy? Like a leech, she was sucking all the pleasure from their life here. Somehow, he had to find a way to bring back the sister he'd known when they were young. He refused to let her turn his precious little daughters into duplicates of herself. "We're having some family time, if you don't mind." When his daughters tried to slip away, he pulled them closer. "Perhaps you don't remember what it's like. It's a good thing." "You have guests here who expect an appropriate level of decorum. Roughhousing with your daughters in a most unladylike fashion is no way to do it." "I have the right to play with my children in my home." "Would you act this way when the minister comes to dine? Of course not. Nor should you when you have important people staying here." Judith straightened her gloves, her chin raised in the haughty manner she had developed in finishing school. How Marshall wished their parents had chosen another institution for her, one where the young women and the instructors weren't so caught up on appearances. "Actually, they are guests in my home, not in a hotel. If real family life is offensive to them, they're welcome to leave. Though the rudeness of my sister is more likely to cause them to do that than seeing a father play with his daughters. Right, girls?" Both Lydia and Florence made the smallest of nods. Judith almost gave her signature haughty sniff, but seemed to catch herself. She swept from the room. Marshall heaved out a breath. He shouldn't have dragged his daughters into the ongoing conflict with his sister. "Girls, I want you to know grown-ups sometimes hurt inside and don't know how to show it. Is that why Aunt Judith is always so cross? Florence asked. Yes, sweetheart. I hope we can help her find her happy self again. She used to be the most fun young lady you would ever want to meet. Just a couple of years ago, she was joyful. Still snooty, but she knew how to see the pleasure in life. What happened, Daddy? Lydia asked. Marshall debated how much he ought to say, if he should say anything at all. Remembering the other version of his sister, understanding struck him. It was as though he'd been wearing blinders and someone had removed them. He turned to the girls so they faced him. What do you do when you skin your knee? I cry, Florence said. At first you do, yes. But what do you do for the next few days? Do you let your skirts rub against your wound? Oh, no, that would hurt. Lydia bent over to rub her knee as though it had been injured. Yes, it would hurt. So you protect it, don't you? Both girls nodded. What do you think you'd do if someone broke your heart? Lydia looked confused. Florence's eyes widened, and she let out a soft, "Oh." Just so. Your Aunt Judith had a good heart, but someone broke it. He thought he understood now. Many people had hurt her when they turned their backs on the family after the arrest of their father. But Marshall thought it had been her fiancé breaking their engagement, which had made her world crumble around her. Can we kiss it and make it better? Lydia asked in her childish simplicity. Marshall hugged her, grateful for his big-hearted girls. Your Aunt Judith needs to be loved, even when she's not being very lovable. I think it would help her if she were to make friends here. Miss Doris talks to her, sometimes, Florence added with a frown. Aunt Judith invited her to tea, but then didn't even say goodbye to her. Invited her to tea? Marshall straightened, his pulse quickening. Miss Doris was coming to his home. He took a calming breath. How should he behave toward her? Ever since that night, he'd wanted to get better acquainted with her. He asked, Today? Yes. Lydia grinned and started backing up. I'll ask Cook what she's making. She turned and skipped away. When she'd gone, Florence said, her voice soft, I want to help Aunt Judith. Of course you do. He kissed the tip of her nose. The best thing you can do for her right now is to love her. If she's cold towards you, try not to be hurt. She's suffered a lot recently, and I believe it's the way she's trying to protect her heart. His daughter gave a slow nod, her brows pinched as though in deep thought. When Aunt Judith is cross, Lydia and I hide. Oh, baby, I'm sorry. Marshall pulled her in for another quick hug, considering what she'd said. Something had to change. He wanted to help Judith through this, but he didn't want his daughters hurt too. I think, he said slowly, she may need to be reminded when she says or does something that hurts your feelings. But how? Can you tell her what she said was unkind or it hurt your feelings? But what if she wants to hurt my feelings? Florence's grave face showed Marshall she believed it of his sister. I love your Aunt Judith, just as I love you. Will you help me? Try not to be angry when you say it, but do tell her she's being unkind. And you won't stay in her company when she is being so... Marshall broke off, wondering what to suggest Florence could say to get Judith's attention. He thought back on her earlier comments and grinned. Tell her she's being ill-mannered and no proper lady would behave in such a way. But I'd suggest you leave after you say it. I'm not sure, at least at first, if her anger won't make her want to lash out at you. And you don't even have to say the whole thing all at once. At first, you can just tell her she's been unkind and leave. Yes. Start out slow. Florence looked unsure, but she said, I'll try for you, Daddy. Thank you, my strawberry pie. Whatever else happens, I want you to know you never have to stand by and let someone say unkind things to you, whether it be at school or at home. Are you glad Miss Doris is coming to tea? Florence asked. She's a lovely young lady. His voice came out sounding a little strangled, and she looked at him curiously. Marshall coughed. Why shouldn't I be glad to see your teacher? You should, Florence said emphatically. Miss Doris is so kind. She can help Aunt Judith. Perhaps she can. A flash of worry coursed through him. You do know we can't tell Aunt Judith we're trying to help her? She might not understand. We're only supposed to love her and tell her when she's being unkind, Florence said, her young voice matter-of-fact. Yes, that's all. Marshall kissed the top of his daughter's head. Now I need to get some work done before our company arrives for tea. Why don't you go make sure your sister hasn't eaten all the goodies? Giggling, Florence ran from his office. His mind was no longer on matters of business. Doris Lancaster would be in his home today. As Luke drove her to the Breckinridge ranch, Doris wished she knew what was making her more nervous, spending time with Judith and her quicksilver temperament, or the possibility of seeing Marshall Breckinridge. You're quiet this afternoon, her brother said. Even for you. Doris smiled at him. She certainly didn't wish to share with her brother the fascination she had for Lilac City's other dude rancher. She wasn't even sure she should mention Judith. Doris had always had a knack for seeing when other people were hurting. Her father had said she had a healing heart, just like her mother. Not that Mother had been able to make Father feel anything, but resentment for his stepson, Luke. Was Judith going to be the same, only interested in holding on to whatever had caused her pain? Now that is an enigmatic smile if I've ever seen one. I'm not surprised so many of the young men in the area have approached me about taking you driving. Her brother's voice turned to a mutter, as if I'd let any of them anywhere near you. I'm glad you're watching out for me. Doris would definitely not tell him about her fascination with Marshall, but she was grateful Luke was so protective about the men who kept coming around. She wished she could be less like a doormat and more like her sister Frances, who was a feisty spitfire. They'd only been in Wyoming for 2 months, and already her youngest sister helped guide riding tours for the dude guests. She was confident and brooked no nonsense from cheeky men. Doris sighed. What's troubling you? Luke asked. Doris chose her words carefully. I'm never sure what to think of Judith. I can understand. An odd expression crossed his face, one which didn't quite fit his words. Perhaps he'd also had a bad experience with the poor woman. Doris found it especially interesting. Over the months she and her sisters had been living with him, her brother had been under a great deal of pressure. Doris had assumed it came from the added responsibility he'd taken on, but she knew it also came from trying to expand the clientele at his dude ranch. It seemed there might be something else troubling him. My heart aches for her, Doris said. I know she's hurting, and it's why she's pushing everyone away. Every once in a while, I see what I believe is the real Judith peeking out of the facade she wears. I wish I could help her. Well, I must say, if you can find a different woman hiding in there, you'll certainly make Marshall's life easier. Luke gave an unnecessary flick of his whip, and then had to pull back on the reins. What do you know about Mr. Breckinridge? She asked. Why do you ask? Luke shot her a sidelong glance, a little too interested. Doris reached for the only thing she could think of as an excuse. His sister, of course. If I can understand what brought them out here, I might be able to help Judith.
He came out here just after I did. In fact, he almost got the land the Lucky L is on, but I'd already made friends with the old man who owned the property."
Luke gave a soft chuckle. Doris's older sister, Maud, had once said she thought Luke and Mr. Breckinridge were adversarial friends. There was certainly a rivalry between the pair, and they seemed to take jabs at each other at every opportunity. Yet, when she and her sisters had been kidnapped, Judith's brother had been one of the first to come to Luke's aid. At the time, Mr. Breckinridge had mentioned Luke's willingness to help wherever needed. Doris liked the thought of the two men being friends, if only it meant the two would invite their families to each other's homes. She tilted her head and smiled. It was what she should do. Invite Judith, and her brother and nieces, of course, to Sunday dinner.
"What are you plotting?" Luke asked. "If Frances has taught me anything, it's to watch my back when she gets an expression like yours."
"Oh, no. I was merely thinking of a way to get to know Judith better."
And the woman's brother. But Doris kept the thought to herself. "What do you have in mind?"
"I think she needs a friend. Well, many friends, but one to begin with."
"She did invite you to her tea today."
"Exactly. And friends reciprocate invitations. So I'll ask her to come to Sunday dinner with us." Luke winced at the suggestion, and Doris wondered again what could have transpired between her brother and Judith to make him respond in such a way. "I'll invite her brother and his adorable daughters, too. It should make for a lively dinner, don't you think?"
"Those little girls are charmers. If you include them with Marshall, I think I can handle sharing a meal with Judith, as long as he keeps her in line."
"She wouldn't speak out of turn in someone else's home."
Doris hoped she was guessing correctly. Luke let out a disgusted grunt. "It didn't stop her from letting loose at the parson's house. I think it was the one and only time I've ever seen Breckinridge embarrassed."
"Do you know why she chose to move here, if she is so obviously unhappy?"
"Nothing specific, but there have been rumors of some kind of scandal back east. Marshall is tight-lipped when it comes to talking about his father anyway, but he's been even more so of late. My guess is it has something to do with him. It's fortunate he and his Circle B ranch have such a good reputation, or he might have lost the highfalutin connections he's got back there."
"Do you think the scandal is what made Judith so bitter?" Doris asked.
Luke let out a breath. "I wouldn't even dare to guess about anything with that woman. She's got an edge to her tongue sharp enough to flay a man alive." He snapped his mouth shut, as though he hadn't meant to say so much. It seemed Doris wasn't the only one having to take care with her words.
"I'm sorry. All I know is unhappiness like hers comes from somewhere."
Doris patted his arm, thinking back on her interactions with the woman.
Judith had been sharp with Doris as well, but then had also offered to share a lovely dress pattern with her. On more than one occasion, she'd seen the few ladies in town cross the street rather than share the sidewalk with Judith, all while she marched down the street with her chin high. If the women had bothered to look closer, they'd have seen the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Doris's heart broke for the Judith who wasn't as free of womanly feelings as she liked to pretend. It made Doris all the more determined to help her. Even if Marshall Breckinridge hadn't been Judith's brother, Doris would still try. She couldn't bear to see any living creature suffer. Behind Judith Breckinridge's prideful mask, there was a young woman in pain. Chapter 3. Marshall felt like a boy again, nervously awaiting a chance to see the young woman he liked. After reading over the ranch ledger a dozen times, he couldn't remember any of it. It'd be best if he set it aside until after the tea, when he could focus his attention again. He went to stand by his office window, which overlooked the drive. Marshall pulled out his pocket watch and checked the time. Judith would be in the parlor making sure everything was set up. She'd be the perfect hostess, if she didn't speak. When she wanted, she had just the right touch of elegance and refinement. It was what he'd been looking for when he'd sent her the invitation to join him in Lilac City. The Circle B catered to some of the wealthiest people in New York, and they expected luxury and sophistication, even in a dude ranch experience. If only he could find a way to curb his sister's vitriolic temper. In the distance, he thought he detected dust where the drive to his ranch curved. Would lovely Doris drive herself, or would one of the lucky L cowhens bring her? How would she be dressed? There was always something almost fairy-like about her. It was there in the dreamy look in her eyes. From comments Marshall's daughters had made about her as a teacher, Doris seemed to always see the very best in people. When he'd first heard the board had chosen her to be the teacher, he'd had his doubts. Somehow, she'd made it work. She'd managed to charm every mutinous child in the school, even that rapscallion Hank Knox. Marshall had been watching Doris from the first time he'd seen her upon her arrival in Lilac City. Even at his first sighting, there'd been something about her which had drawn his attention beyond her fair hair and bright blue eyes. She could easily grace a fine manner back east and make any man proud to have her on his arm. A woman like her deserved the best in life. Any day now, he expected one of his or Hamblin's wealthy ranch guests to take a fancy to her and lure her back to big city life. A woman like her was wasted in rural Wyoming, teaching other people's children. As the surrey got closer, he recognized Luke Hamblin. So he hadn't wanted to let his sister come here under the care of one of his cowhands. Why? Marshall watched as he pulled up and jumped out. The man hurried around and lifted his sister from the carriage. She looked like a bit of brightness in a cream-colored gown, which did a magnificent job of showing off her maidenly curves. Closing his eyes, Marshall turned around. He was not going there. However attractive he might find Doris Lancaster, her meek disposition, added to their age difference, made it clear to him that they would not suit. He could not risk doing to her what his father had done to his mother. Returning to his desk, he took his chair again. Either Judith or his housekeeper would fetch him in a minute or two to tell him the guests had arrived. Well, really, the guest of honor, since people had been arriving for the last 20 minutes. Marshall wanted to look busy when he was called. As it turned out, neither of those women came for him. "Daddy, you must come now," Lydia cried, throwing open his office door. "Miss Doris is here. Come see. She's so beautiful." "I've told you before you should call her Miss Lancaster." "But she said we're supposed to call her Miss Doris. Since it's her classroom, she gets to make the rules. You have to come now." His daughter ran to clasp his hand and tried to tow him away from his desk. "Wait a minute, pumpkin pie," he said, gently taking back his hand. Marshall straightened his vest and took a quick look at his reflection in the mirror over the fireplace. He looked at Lydia, his brows raised. "Well, am I presentable?" "Oh, yes!" She clapped her hands. "You're almost as beautiful as Miss Doris." He heaved out a breath, playing up the martyr. "First, in our home, I want you to call her Miss Lancaster. As for my appearance, a gentleman is never beautiful, my apple turnover." "Daddy, I'm not food." She stomped her foot. Laughing, Marshall scooped her into his arms. "You look yummy enough to be. How can you not expect me to be confused?" He carried her to the parlor. The room had more people than he'd expected, considering Judith was the hostess. Most of his dude guests were there, and even Hamblin had stayed. He must have some business he wanted to discuss. Marshall was both relieved
and irritated at the thought. On the one hand, it gave him an excuse to leave early and out of Miss Doris's company, which was far too tempting. On the other hand, he hated to leave her in a room full of men who were undoubtedly there to vie for her attention. He was sure the men had come because of her. Lydia wiggled for Marshall to put her down. He did, and approached the Lucky L ranch owner with an extended hand. "Hamlin, I didn't expect you to join us today." Luke shook his hand and stepped closer. He said, keeping his voice low, "McDaniel overheard one of my dudes talking about coming here because of my sister. Evidently he thought I wouldn't also be here. I'm sure they'll all be disappointed." Marshall scanned the room, eyeing some of the Lucky L guests who were lingering near his sister's table. They evidently hadn't heard of her reputation as a shrew, but would still bear watching. "I completely understand." Judith, at her most prim and proper, welcomed everyone. Marshall hadn't considered what last-minute scrambling she might have had to do to accommodate so many people. Then he saw the lovely Doris taking up a position at a small table, while his sister did the same thing at another. Each, it appeared, would act as hostess and serve tea to their guests. The two women worked well together, which surprised him. Since Judith had joined him in Wyoming, she'd shown no inclination to cooperate with anyone. Was it some of Doris's magic at work? He should get his tea from his sister, but Hamlin went to her table, which surprised Marshall too. Almost against his will, he found himself drawn to where Doris sat. He waited while each of the men chatted with her. When one of them took his flirting a little too aggressively, Marshall stepped forward. "I believe I would like a cup, Miss Lancaster." He maneuvered himself with a gentle shoulder into the position the dude had been in. "I'm afraid I'm out of hot water, Mr. Breckinridge." Her cheeks flushed prettily, and she wouldn't quite meet his eyes. She rose and picked up the teapot. "I'll need to get more." His gut told him to let her fetch it herself, that her being gone from the room would be a good thing. But what if one of these male guests tried to accost Doris on her way? With her brother talking to some of the men gathered around Judith's table, it was Marshall's responsibility to see to Miss Doris's safety. "Please, allow me to assist you." Marshall extended his arm to her. Startled, she hesitated and met his gaze. Lands alive, but she was beautiful. They stared at each other for a second, or maybe it was an hour, but she finally slid her arm through his. Her touch made his arm tingle like it had the night he'd held her after her kidnapping. No, he wouldn't think on it. All these weeks, he'd purposefully avoided being in her company for this very reason. "Lydia tells me you've instructed your students to call you Miss Doris," he finally said, scrambling for something to fill the silence as they walked to the kitchen. "Yes, I've found it makes it easier to get some of my more difficult students to cooperate." She shot him a sidelong glance, but quickly shifted her gaze ahead. "Many of these children, especially the boys, are resistant to authority, especially the authority of a woman." "They behave better for you by being disrespectful?" He opened the door to the kitchen. "I find it highly unlikely." "They see me as approachable, which makes them more teachable. They don't feel the need to challenge my authority. Instead, they want to do what I ask because I treat them with kindness and respect and don't threaten them with a strap. I've found the toughest of my children have the toughest lives as well." Marshall was thoughtful as they stepped into the busy kitchen. It appeared there was more to Doris Lancaster than a beautiful girl who needed protecting. "Mrs. Hauser," he said, indicating the teapot Doris held, "we need more hot water." His silver-haired housekeeper looked frazzled. "I had no idea Miss Judith's tea would be so popular, or I'd have been better prepared." She accepted the teapot,
She gave Doris an appraising look. "You must be the teacher Florence and Lydia are always running on about. Do they speak of me? That's sweet. They're darling girls." Doris glanced at Marshall. "They miss their mother."
"Yes, Lydia showed me her slate,"
Marshall said. "Do you have pictures of your late wife? Perhaps little mementos the girls can be responsible for?" Doris's hand went to the gold locket she'd worn every time he'd seen her. "My mother died when I was 9. Father gave each of us something to remember her by."
"Does it contain a picture of her?"
"Yes." She fumbled to open it, but her gloves made it difficult.
"May I?"
When Doris nodded, he took the pendant from her and opened it. On the left was a delicate painting of a woman who looked like the youngest Lancaster sister, Frances. On the right was a fair-haired young girl, very like Doris. His daughters would love to have something like this.
"Do you know who your father had paint these pictures?"
Marshall asked, closing the locket and releasing it. "My mother did. She was quite a gifted artist." Doris's cheeks flushed the attractive pink he enjoyed so much, and she dropped her gaze. "Some say I inherited her talent."
"Did you?"
His pulse quickened for another reason than her proximity.
"Would you be able to do a miniature like this?"
"Oh, yes. I've painted many miniatures. When we were girls, our father had a dollhouse built for us which looked just like our home. The 3 of us decorated it. Well, Maud and I did. All Frances would do was paint the outside, but I created little miniature paintings for the inside." Doris blinked as though she'd realized what he'd been hinting at, and her expression brightened with excitement. "Would you like me to paint miniatures for Florence and Lydia? Do you have a painting of their mother which I could use?"
"I do. It's in my office."
"May I see it?"
"Of course. I'll take you there now."
Marshall had extended his arm when the housekeeper spoke. "Here's the teapot, Mr. Breckinridge." The little woman hurried over and handed it to him.
"Thank you."
Marshall accepted it and offered his arm again for Doris to take, which she did.
"Perhaps your brother will allow you to stay long enough for me to show you the painting."
"I'm sure he will." He shifted the teapot to his right hand and reached for the kitchen door, but someone on the other side ripped it open.
"So this is where you got to,"
Hamlin said, glaring first at Marshall and then at Doris.
"What were you thinking to go wandering off with him?"
"I don't believe refilling the teapot with hot water would constitute wandering off." Doris unexpectedly lifted her chin in a manner reminiscent of her younger sister. Still holding Marshall's arm, she brushed past her brother.
"Well, it's time to go," Hamlin said. "I don't have any more time to waste here."
"I'm not ready to leave. I haven't chatted with Judith yet."
Marshall was enjoying the young woman's flash of feistiness. It was obvious from Hamlin's expression. It surprised him, too. "Well, you can do it another day. Let's go."
Her brother turned away, obviously expecting her to follow. "No," Doris said, her voice quiet but firm. Hamlin spun around.
"What did you say?"
"As Frances often reminds you, Luke, you are not our father. I wish to spend the afternoon with Judith. And Mr. Breckinridge—"
"Leave me out of it," Marshall said at the flash of anger in the other man's face and put the teapot on a nearby side table.
Their sometimes fragile friendship always seemed to hang in a precarious balance. "I will not leave you out." Doris looked at Marshall with irritation, which he found only added to her attractiveness. She turned back to her brother and said, "Mr. Breckinridge and I were discussing the possibility I could do a painting of his late wife for his daughters. I haven't been able to paint for ever so long, Luke, and I miss it." Her voice came out rough, as though she were fighting back tears.
"Hey, Doris," Hamlin said, shifting uncomfortably. "I didn't mean to make you cry." I'm not crying." She was, however, blinking her eyes furiously to prevent tears. Her brother shot Marshall a look and mouthed, "Help." "Of course you're not crying, Miss Doris," Marshall said. "How about we take this teapot into the parlor? If your brother needs to get back to his ranch, which is completely understandable for busy men like us, Judith and I will be happy to drive you back to the Lucky L. It will give you enough time to chat with my sister, and you can look at my wife's painting to see if you can create miniatures from it." He asked Hamlin, "Will that do?" The man glanced at his sister, who looked resolute. "I guess, but make sure his sister is with you." Her brother then turned and walked away. Chapter 4. When Luke was out of sight, Doris let out a breath and unclenched her fists. She looked up at Marshall. The admiring way he was watching her made Doris wish she held a fan. But she'd done it. She'd stood up for herself. "I can't believe I did that." She lifted her shaking hands to her cheeks. "I feel as though I'm seeing a different side of you, Miss Doris." Marshall's voice had taken on a husky depth, which had been missing earlier. He took one of her hands in his. "Why is your hand so cold?" "Because I stood up to my brother." She struggled to keep her voice level and began the litany she used in the classroom when she faced a difficult situation. While she worked hard to build feelings of trust between herself and her students, she also knew she must never look weak. Somehow, in the classroom, she'd had few problems with it. In other aspects of her life, it was always a challenge. "Does he bully you?" Marshall asked, a crease forming between his brows. "No more than everyone else in my family." Marshall had started rubbing her hand as though to bring warmth to it, and Doris was finding it difficult to pull her thoughts together. "Do they all boss you around?" "When Maud was 16, Father put her in charge of working with our housekeeper in the running of the house. She's used to people doing what she says, and you've seen how Frances desires to boss everyone. You should see her at the ranch. It's usually only Luke or Mr. McDaniel who will challenge what she says." Doris smiled at the thought of her willful sister. "Was your brother opposed to your teaching?" Marshall asked, taking her other hand and beginning to massage it. Doris watched his hands as they moved over her gloved ones. Her heart was beating too fast when she wondered what it would be like were he to touch her hands with his, skin on skin. Her pulse sped up even more. "Your brother?" Marshall asked again. "I'm sorry. What about my brother?" Doris pulled herself together and took back her hand. "Was he opposed to your teaching?" "No." Doris picked up the teapot, hoping they hadn't lingered so long the water was lukewarm. "His only concern was that I truly wished to do it. He didn't want me to feel I had to work to make an income." "I can understand that. I'd feel the same way if Judith wanted to seek employment." Marshall extended his arm to her, and Doris took it. "It's the first time I've found the courage to press for something I want." "Good for you. My daughters will be thrilled." They entered the parlor and found a good half of the men had already departed. Judith glanced at her brother with pinched lips, as though he'd done something wrong. "I apologize for taking so long with the water," Doris said, releasing Marshall's arm and hurrying to the table where she'd been serving tea. "Mrs. Hauser had to heat some more." One of the men had approached the table, and Doris took his cup. She chatted amiably with him and the others who joined him. They were pleasant, and she was patient with their flirting. It was something she was used to. She missed her father, who'd always watched out for them at balls and dinner parties. The parlor door opened, and a stranger entered the room. The man was large, even taller than Marshall, and wore a finely tailored jacket and waistcoat. His only sign of leisure was the straw boater hat he carried.
The man's expression reminded Doris of someone, but she couldn't think who. He scanned the room and, as soon as he saw Marshall, strode to him.
"I see you made it, Edgar," Mr. Breckinridge said. "Welcome. I expected you to meet me. You should have let us know exactly when you'd arrive."
Marshall raised his voice and said to the entire room,
"Everyone, I'd like to introduce you to my cousin, Edgar Lowell."
She glanced at Judith, who was watching the man with narrowed, wary eyes. From her brother's posture, Doris didn't think he was happy to see the man. How strange a cousin would travel so far when it was clear his visit was not a welcome one.
"Is your luggage still at the station?"
Marshall asked, flicking some dust from his lapel.
"Or did you bring it with you?"
"I hired a rig. Perhaps you'll have one of your men bring in my bags." Mr. Lowell glanced around the room, his gaze settling on Doris. Embarrassed to have been caught staring, she picked up the teapot and poured water into a cup. She handed it to one of the men standing near her table. He accepted it, though he now held 2 cups. "Your tea must have gone cold," she said, and took the first one from him, but then had nowhere to put it. Mr. Lowell stepped to her side and took it from her. He placed it on a side table behind her, and then bowed.
"I must beg an introduction," he said, holding out a hand.
Not sure what she should do as the men who'd been talking to her stepped back, Doris glanced toward Marshall. In 2 quick strides he was beside her, offering his hand. She placed hers in his and stood.
"Edgar, may I introduce you to Miss Doris Lancaster, lately of Indianapolis? Mr. Lowell is my cousin from New York City."
Marshall turned a lazy gaze on his cousin.
"Miss Lancaster lives on an adjoining ranch with her brother."
The cousin still had his hand extended to her, so Doris placed hers in his, thinking to shake hands.
"It's a pleasure to meet someone so enchanting in this rough place."
Mr. Lowell brought her hand to his lips. She forced her features to remain placid, but she was glad she wore gloves. There was something about the man which made her uncomfortable, though she couldn't think why. His dress and manners were all proper, yet she still wished it wouldn't be rude to step away.
"I'll ring my housekeeper so she can take you to your room. It will give you time to rest before dinner. In the meantime, Judith will see to your needs." His sister shot Marshall a flat look, but she stood.
He gave the bell pull a tug.
"Now, Miss Doris," he said, looking at her, "I believe you wanted to see that portrait we were discussing earlier. Is now a good time?"
"Why, yes, now would be perfect." She accepted his arm and gave a quick curtsy, trying to take in all the men around her table. Mr. Lowell watched her, wearing an almost smug expression. Marshall was stiff as they left the room, and Doris thought she could feel his cousin's gaze on her as they departed. "Well, are you coming, Edgar?" Judith was asking crossly as the door closed. When it clicked shut, Doris let out a long breath of relief.
"My cousin has that effect on one," Marshall said with a chuckle.
"I don't wish to be disrespectful," she said, "but I'm not used to such—" She struggled for a proper, ladylike term. "Forthright attention."
"I do apologize. My office is down the hall."
Marshall indicated a door. As he guided her toward it, he added,
"My cousin has always aggressively pursued anything he wants. It's made him a dangerous business competitor."
"He sounds a great deal like my uncle," Doris said as she stepped into Marshall's office. Her attention was drawn immediately to the painting above the fireplace. She released his arm and stepped closer to it. "This is beautiful workmanship. I see Florence has her mother's hair, and Lydia has her eyes, and the adorable hint of a dimple. It must make your daughters happy to know they share those with their mother."
"Agnes was like a delicate flower," Marshall said, stepping beside Doris to study the painting. Too delicate for this life. Though she tried, she didn't love Lilac City. Like you, she'd been raised with the finer things in life and a robust social life.
Like me? Doris glanced up at him, surprised. I love it here. I liked Indianapolis well enough, but I never enjoyed the parties and the constant need to be on display. It was even worse in New York at our finishing school. I hated feeling I had to be perfect at everything.
Marshall was frowning at her, and she shifted uneasily.
Don't you see? Only one person in the world has ever been perfect, and I would never deign to compare myself with him.
You are a remarkable young woman, Miss Doris, he said. The intensity of his gaze made her suddenly aware of how close they were standing. She could almost feel the heat coming off his arm next to hers. Her heart was doing flip-flops, and she wished to make the moment last, but she dared not in case she was misunderstanding his attention.
Is this the painting you would like me to use as a model for the miniatures? She asked, pointing a slightly trembling finger at the picture.
Yes, this is the one. Marshall's words came out sounding a little strained. I'll pay for everything as well as your time. I imagine you'll need to order special paints and brushes for a project like this.
I already have everything. As I mentioned before, I love to paint miniatures. It was one thing I could not bear to leave behind when we fled Indianapolis.
Has your brother heard anything more from his request to be appointed guardian to you and your sisters? He asked.
Because Uncle William challenged the initial ruling, the case has gone to a higher court. Doris clasped her hands tightly. I worry how much this is costing, Luke.
Marshall turned to face her and put his hands on her shoulders. When that man paid to have you and your sisters kidnapped and returned to him, he showed his true character. Whatever else happens, your brother must not allow your uncle to win in this. I cannot abide when evil men succeed.
The door burst open and they turned, Marshall dropping his hands. Judith looked first at Doris with one brow arched and then frowned at her brother. You look quite cozy, his sister said dryly. Doris's face went warm. They hadn't been doing anything wrong, and she wouldn't act as though they had. She met the woman's gaze. Your brother was kind enough to offer me wise words regarding my dreadful uncle.
Oh, yes, Marshall is always full of advice, even when it's not solicited.
And sometimes we need to heed the advice of an older brother who is more experienced than we are, especially when we don't have a father to rely upon. Doris had been thinking of herself, but a look of pain flashed across Judith's face, and she flushed. Was the woman estranged from her father? It wasn't Doris's place to ask. She turned to Marshall. Please, let me know when you would like me to begin work on the miniatures for your daughters.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow is the Sabbath, and we always have dinner after church. I had hoped Judith would join us. Doris glanced at Marshall and added, And you and your daughters, too, of course. We have a lively group, and I often wonder what it must have been like for Luke when he was here alone with only the McDaniels to share his meals. Doris reached out a hand and touched Judith's arm. I hope you'll join us.
The woman looked about to shake her head, but Marshall coughed. Doris found it interesting when he arched his brows at his sister and gave her an encouraging look, as close to a physical nudge as one could come without touching someone. Was he also trying to get Judith to make friends here? She shrugged. We would love to show your family's Sunday dinner, Marshall said. What time?
You're welcome to come right after church. Now I should help to clean up after the tea.
Doris shook her head, bemused as she recalled the number of men who had attended.
I must say, Judith, you have a way with the gentlemen to have had so many come to a tea. It was unexpected.
Judith gave a dark chuckle. Oh, I wasn't the draw. It was you. You and I are like honey and vinegar. As for you staying to help with the cleanup, I'll gladly accept. Poor Mrs. Hauser has her hands full today. We'll leave Marshall to get on with his business, and you can tell me about these miniatures you're going to paint." Doris was pleasantly surprised to find Judith in a good mood. In spite of what the woman had said about men flocking to the tea for Doris's benefit, it had been obvious many had been there for Judith. They'd certainly gathered around her table, chatting. "I remembered to bring the pattern," Doris said as they were putting the final touches on the parlor. "I have it in my reticule. I hope you haven't needed it in the meantime." "There aren't enough social events in Lilac City to need it." Judith scanned the room and nodded. "I was talking with Mrs. Teague at the dry goods store the other day about that very thing," Doris said, pulling out the pattern. "I've joined the Ladies' Improvement Society. They meet most Saturdays in the hotel for lunch and discuss ways to improve the town. One thing we've been talking over is how to bring more civilization here. The men seem to think it only means people abiding the law. We, obviously, believe it includes much more. I was wondering if you could help. You have such elegance about you." A crease appeared between Judith's brows, but she didn't decline outright, which encouraged Doris. "People work so hard here to make a living, and there's not enough to lift their spirits," Doris said. "We need both. I heard a woman in the dry goods store the other day say something about people needing joy in their lives. I'd like to help bring joy to Lilac City." "You and your sisters are orphans, and your uncle who tried to kidnap you has control of your fortunes," Judith said, her expression an odd combination of wondering and frustration. "How are you not bitter?" "My mother died when I was young, but I remember how she always saw the best in people. It's there if we look for it. Yes, my uncle is a vile man, but once he must have been a boy with dreams and aspirations. Surely at least some part of that good little boy must still reside in his heart." "I wish I had your confidence in people," Judith said, "but I've been hurt too often to trust anymore." "Well, Judith," Marshall said, entering the parlor, "are you ready to accompany Miss Doris back to the Lucky L?" "Of course." His sister set down the pattern. "Let me get my hat." "I'll do the same." He gave a bow, and he and his sister departed, leaving Doris alone in the parlor. She went to the window. 2 old oak trees graced the wide, grassy lawn, providing lovely shade. Why hadn't Judith hosted the tea out there? Doris thought about her brother's house. Perhaps she could convince Luke to allow her to have a garden party there. As they had taken to doing for the monthly dances, they could charge for refreshments and use the proceeds for a good cause. Doris tapped her chin. Perhaps not. Between the funds being raised for the new school and the ones for pews for the church, it might be too much. She'd heard more than one person in town say they were being nickeled and dimed to death. Perhaps a potluck tea where everyone who attended brought their favorite dessert might work better. She wondered if Judith would attend. Her words had been full of pain. What had hurt her? Or who? For Doris to help, she needed to know more. Perhaps she could ask Charles, her new brother-in-law. Having recently left the Pinkerton agency, he'd traveled around quite a bit and might have heard something about the goings-on in New York. "At last I found you alone," a deep male voice said. Startled, Doris spun around and found Marshall's cousin leaning against the door jamb, watching her. Edgar Lowell straightened and gave her a formal bow. He stepped into the room, and she edged closer to the window, wondering how to extricate herself from the awkward situation. He stopped where he was, frowning. "I can assure you, Miss Lancaster, that you have nothing to fear from me. I did not wish to alarm you. I merely found it fortunate to have a chance to speak with you before you left. I would like very much to take you for a drive while I'm here." Before Doris could respond to the unexpected offer, Marshall strode into the room. As soon as he saw his cousin, Marshall was at her side, offering her his arm. She gladly took it. "What are you doing here, Edgar?" he asked, sounding irritated. "I thought you were going to get settled in your room." "Oh, I have," Mr. Lowell continued to watch Doris. When she glanced away, she thought she heard him chuckle softly. Heat flushed her face. She remembered her pledge not to be a doormat any longer. How would her sister Frances respond to such behavior? Besides pulling a rifle on the man, her sister would face off with him. Doris wouldn't do the former, but she could do the latter. She looked up and met his gaze, her eyes narrowed. Mr. Lowell appeared to approve because he grinned at her and then bowed again. "Another time, Miss Lancaster. I look forward to you showing me some of the countryside." The man turned and left the room. "What did he say to you?" Marshall asked. "He wishes to take me for a drive." "Over my dead body," he muttered. Doris looked up at him in surprise. "I didn't say I would go driving with him." "Good." Marshall gave her hand a soft squeeze. "Is he a bad man?" she asked. "Edgar?" He looked surprised. "No, he's just a terrible flirt and has no interest in settling down. Shall we go? Judith should be waiting for us in the foyer." During the ride back to Lucky L, Doris pondered what he'd said. Had he been warning her about his cousin? Or was Marshall jealous of the man's attention to her? Now that would be too good to be true. Chapter 5. Marshall found it difficult to focus on the sermon. He didn't consider himself a particularly religious man, but he was a believer and usually found a good message on Sunday to be inspirational and helped to guide his week. But Edgar had accompanied them and continued to focus his attention on Doris. The man had not been invited to dine at the Lucky L, but Marshall didn't know how to prevent him from coming along as a member of the family. "What's wrong with you this morning?" Judith whispered to him. "You're fidgeting like a child." He straightened and shifted his gaze from Doris to the parson. From the corner of his eye, Marshall knew his sister was still watching him. When he said nothing, she finally looked ahead. The service ended, and people began to stand. Edgar didn't waste a moment and was already inching toward the Lancaster sisters. Marshall squeezed past Judith and hurried over. He got there in time to hear Maud, the eldest of the three sisters, invite Edgar to have dinner with them. Marshall had to clench his teeth to keep from speaking. "I appreciate the invitation, Miss Lancaster." "It's Mrs. Merrick." Maud took her husband's arm. "My apology, Mrs. Merrick. You're a lucky man, Deputy." Edgar glanced at Doris. "I had been hoping to get better acquainted with your sister." He gave one of his bows, looking very much like he meant to take her hand and kiss it again. She didn't offer it and darted a quick glance at Marshall. Edgar continued. "I was hoping perhaps Miss Doris would allow me to take her for a drive today." That was it. Edgar, with his sophisticated New York ways and casual, easy flirting, was sure to break her heart. Marshall wouldn't stand for it. He stepped forward. "I'm afraid Miss Doris has already agreed to accompany me on a drive this afternoon." While Edgar scowled, Marshall extended his arm to her. She accepted it, her cheeks flushing. "What's this?" her brother asked, stepping forward. "Mr. Breckinridge was explaining to his cousin I already had a previous engagement this afternoon." Doris gave Edgar one of her gentle smiles. "We will have an opportunity to become better acquainted at dinner." She looked at Marshall and asked, "Do you think Florence and Lydia would like to go on our ride as well?" Bless her! It wasn't at all what Marshall had in mind when he'd issued the invitation, but having the girls with them suited the situation much better. He didn't want to mislead Doris into thinking he had intentions toward her. "Let's ask the girls. Would you like to come with Miss Doris and me on a ride this afternoon?"
"Oh, yes, Daddy," Lydia cried, clapping her hands while Florence said, "Please."
"It's settled, then," Marshall said, satisfied. He glanced at Doris. He found her face unreadable. Had he already led her astray by showing her so much attention? But what else was he going to do? He couldn't leave her to Edgar's flighty flirtations. "You can tell them about the surprise you'll be working on for them." "Well, it's time for us to go," Luke said, offering his arm to Doris and shooting Marshall a warning glance. "Are you courting Miss Doris?" Edgar asked when the Lucky L family had moved out of earshot. Marshall was in for it now. If he said he wasn't, his cousin would pursue her while he was there. He might pursue her anyway, just for the challenge. "That's my intention, yes, though nothing formal has been announced." His sister stared at him, her mouth agape. "Don't look at me like that," Marshall said, irritated. "I'm hungry, and the Lucky L's housekeeper is a great cook." Edgar said nothing, but watched him with a shrewd expression. Marshall had seen it many times over the years when his cousin had taken on a challenge. Doris was glad to leave. It had been the strangest Sunday dinner she'd ever experienced since fleeing her uncle's house. Whenever Luke was troubled by something, his manner turned brusque. The only time she'd seen him more on edge than at dinner today had been when those 3 Pinkerton agents had arrived in Lilac City with instructions to return her and her sisters to their uncle in Indianapolis. Lydia and Florence chattered excitedly in the Surrey's back seat. Doris was glad Marshall had included them. She'd often dreamed of going for a Sunday drive with him, but she wanted it to be because he wished to spend time with her. It was kind of him to feel this need to protect her from his cousin's attentions. She'd invited Judith to join them, but she'd declined. Marshall hadn't been very talkative on the drive, and Doris didn't know what topics to discuss with him. She shifted on the bench to look back at the girls. "Your father has asked me to paint tiny pictures of your mother for each of you." When the 2 little girls stopped squealing, Doris continued, "I'm going to pattern them after the large painting of her in your father's office, but I want each of you to have something which is unique to you. I'd like you to think about what you remember of your mother. I know you were both very young when she passed, but I'm sure your father must have some of her belongings. He'll also have stories he can share about her. I hope each of you will choose something that's special to you for me to include in the paintings." Florence and Lydia began to talk amongst themselves. "It's kind of you to do this," Marshall said, glancing at her. "Isn't it a lot of extra work for you?" "It's the kind of thing I like to do." Doris faced the front and straightened her skirts. "Do you have any photographs of her? It might help me." "Only from our wedding." "Can you tell me a little about her?" "Why do you want to know?" He shot her another sidelong glance. "Because it will help me understand you." It took a second for Doris to realize what she'd said. Her face went warm, and she looked at her hands, playing with the tassel on her reticule. "For Florence and Lydia, I mean. I'd like to capture something of their mother as well as a bit of each of the girls in their paintings. As time passes, it can be so hard to remember. I was much older than your daughters when I lost my mother, and it's still difficult for me to recall what she looked like. It wasn't until Frances turned 16 and was growing out of the horrid gangly age that Father began to comment on how much she resembled our mother. While it was difficult for him, it's been a consolation to me to know that every time I look at my sister, it's as if I were looking at Mother. I can only imagine what it must be like for your daughters." "It appears the lovely Doris is as beautiful on the inside as she is on the outside," Marshall said, his voice soft and difficult to understand. Not sure she was supposed to have heard it. Doris said nothing, but it took a few minutes before her pulse slowed back to normal. By the time they reached the Lucky L again, the little girls were asleep, leaning against each other. "I suppose I should get them home," Marshall said. "Thank you for the drive and for being willing to put all this extra effort into their miniatures. It means a lot to them."
"It's my pleasure, and I appreciate that you'd invite me to do this for them."
Marshall hopped down and came around to lift her from the carriage. His gaze met hers, and something seemed to jump between them. Warmth started in her chest and spread out through the rest of her body. She felt alive as she never had before, and her breath caught. For a second, she wondered if he meant to kiss her. Then he closed his eyes and stepped back. He turned around and strode to her brother's house. Doris's hands were shaking, and she stood for a few seconds to collect herself. Marshall Breckinridge was the most confusing man she'd ever met. Once she was sure of herself, she reached up and patted Florence's hand. The girl raised her head, looking around her, confused.
"Oh, Miss Doris, I fell asleep." "I wanted to thank you for coming to my house for dinner and for letting me take a ride with you and your sister. Your father has gone to fetch your Aunt Judith and Mr. Lowell to take you all home. Since Lydia is still asleep, will you thank her for me too? I'll see you in school tomorrow."
At the sound of the front door opening, Doris stepped back from the surrey and moved to stand by her brother, who had come out with the guests. Marshall didn't look at Doris, but Mr. Lowell stepped up to her. "I still hope for an opportunity to go for a ride with you." She suddenly had a lot of family members standing very close to her, including her brother's foreman, Mr. McDaniel, and Frances's chum, Nick Reynolds, one of Luke's cowhands who'd become a regular at Sunday dinners. Mr. Lowell did not appear intimidated, but he did give a nod to Luke in acknowledgement. "Thank you again for the company. There's a lot to be said for Wyoming hospitality." He tipped his hat to the ladies, turned, and strode to the surrey. He hopped in and took a seat beside Marshall. The Lucky L group was quiet as the carriage drove away. "Doris, might I have a word with you?" Luke asked. A pain had started in her temples. She was tired of all the avoidance.
"Why don't you just say it in front of everyone, because we all know they're curious too?"
"All right, I will." Her brother faced her. "I don't know that I enjoy having two dandies dangling after you." "Just like I said." Frances shot Nick a knowing look. Doris looked to Maud for help, but her older sister just grinned. Newly married, and as happy as if she had good sense, she was no help at all.
"Mr. Breckinridge is neither a dandy, nor is he dangling after me."
Doris rubbed at her temples, wishing he were.
"As for Mr. Lowell, it's my understanding he's here for a short visit and will soon move on.
He's also a flirt, nothing more. My sisters can tell you what my thoughts are on flirts." With as much dignity as she could muster, she lifted her skirts and went into the house. Chapter 6. Over the next 2 weeks, Marshall stayed busy around the Circle B. There was always plenty of work to do, even if for him most of it was indoors. Sometimes he missed spending more time outside, but they had a new group of guests, some from prestigious families in New York. With everything his father had done to tarnish the family name back there, Marshall couldn't risk these people leaving with a bad experience. Judith had been more pleasant, which gave him hope she wouldn't insult any of them. She'd even attended a Ladies' Improvement Society meeting with Doris and returned full of ideas of how to bring culture to Lilac City. When Edgar had offered to take them to it, Marshall had been forced to stop what he was doing and declare he was driving them instead. Why the man hadn't moved on with his trip to California was obvious, and it irked Marshall to no end.
Both Florence and Lydia had taken to asking when their beloved teacher would paint the pictures. He'd finally given in and sent a message via his daughters to invite Doris to dine with them the following day. She'd replied that she would arrive with her paints and brushes in hand. The way the young woman had phrased her reply, it sounded as though she were positively thrilled to begin work. His daughters definitely were. He'd debated whether to tell his cousin they'd have a guest for dinner, hoping the man would go to town for his usual evening entertainment. Edgar had taken to frequenting the saloon where the card players gathered. He prided himself on his gaming prowess, but always returned to the house smelling of cheap liquor and cigarettes. He also complained about the low class of people there. Marshall had arranged with Luke for Judith to bring Doris with her when she fetched the girls from school. It would provide time for painting before the meal, and he and his sister would drive her back to the Lucky L. He'd been on edge as he sat at his desk. When he heard his cousin leaving, Marshall smiled. He allowed himself to relax for the first time since he'd sent the invitation to her to begin work. His daughters would be home from school soon. Mrs. Hauser always had cookies and milk waiting for them. Perhaps he should have ordered they be brought to his office. Marshall glanced at the painting of his late wife over the fireplace and frowned. How had he failed to reason out how, with the portrait in his office, Doris would need to work there? Either that or risk moving it to another location where it might be damaged. He didn't wish to chance it. The best situation would have been where he arranged his schedule to be gone while Doris worked. However, upon reflection, he didn't want to leave her in there alone, not with his cousin likely to wander in and try and push his attentions on her. Marshall found he agreed with Benjamin Franklin and his adage about guests who, like fish, began to smell after 3 days. Edgar had been there substantially longer than that, which surprised Marshall. The novelty of a new town like Lilac City should have worn thin by now. So why was the man still there? With a different last name that wouldn't easily connect him with the Breckinridge scandal in New York, Edgar should be able to return there whenever he wished. Though his connection to the family was widely known, so the society pages might have made being home uncomfortable for him. But the family scandal shouldn't be a problem in San Francisco or even Los Angeles, both places Edgar had mentioned visiting. It didn't really matter. The man was family. One didn't push away a cousin because he was irritating, or paid too much attention to a woman Marshall was also interested in but couldn't court because she was too meek. He blinked. Had he really thought the word courting in relation to Miss Doris? He had, and he liked the idea a lot. Marshall rubbed his face. Just because she was sweet to his children, was intelligent, kind-hearted, and beautiful was no excuse. She'd still been in the schoolroom when he'd married Agnes. From outside came the sound of the carriage. If he could decide about purchasing one of those new automobiles, Judith could fetch the girls more quickly, and Miss Doris would have more time in his home. No, he wouldn't think about that. Marshall rose from his desk. As he was putting on his jacket, Mrs. Hauser appeared with a tray of cookies and milk. "You anticipated me. Thank you," he said. "Miss Doris told me she'd bring what she requires for the paintings, but you might want to have one of the hands available in case she needs anything." "Of course, Mr. Breckinridge." The woman shot him a quick glance, which almost looked sly before she left the room. Were the servants already talking? Marshall glanced around the room, checking to see everything was neat and in order. Outside in the hallway, laughter rang. What surprised him was that one of those laughing was Judith. The door burst open and Florence and Lydia ran into the room. They both dropped their school bags and ran to encircle him with their little arms. "Miss Doris has come to paint our miniatures," Lydia cried. "I'm so excited." "Thank you for coming," Marshall said, meeting Doris's gaze. Wind-blown after the ride to the ranch, her eyes were bright and expressive, her cheeks flushed. He said,
Mrs. Hauser brought the girls' afternoon treat to this room. I hope it won't be a bother for you."
"No, not at all." She looked at his desk and then the portrait on the wall and frowned. "I didn't consider we might disturb your work with this." Marshall explained about not risking damage to the original painting.
"Consider the room yours while you work."
"Do you have somewhere else to go?" Doris asked, removing her hat. "Or were you thinking to stay in here?"
"I had considered staying, but if it's a problem—"
"Oh, no. I believe it will be best if you're here." She removed her gloves and placed them with her hat on a table. "If you recall, I asked if you had items which belonged to your late wife, such as mementos or photographs. If you don't mind, perhaps you'd be willing to talk to your daughters about some of those things while I paint. It will help me capture a sense of who your late wife was, but it will also keep those memories alive for yourself and your daughters." "It's a lovely idea," Judith said, watching him. "Oh, yes, Daddy, please." Florence looked up at him, her eyes bright. Lydia nodded enthusiastically.
"All right, we can do it."
Marshall looked to his sister.
"I informed Mrs. Hauser that Miss Doris might have need of a hand to fetch things. Perhaps you can check on it?"
"After I have one of her brownies." Judith grinned at his daughters. "I'd heard whispers of these delights back home, but none of the high society ladies would try them." She took a bite and smiled. When she looked at Marshall and found him staring at her, his mouth open, she winked at him. Turning, she left the room. As Doris was tying on her painting apron over her dress, Marshall stepped beside her and asked softly,
"What have you done to my sister?"
"She seems happier, doesn't she?" Doris asked. "I think part of it was her loneliness."
"And now she has a friend in you?" he asked.
"I hope she thinks of me that way, but I believe it's also how she's been welcomed by the ladies of the Improvement Society." Doris looked at him, aware of his daughters comparing their brownie sizes. "I know there's something else which troubles her deeply, something I believe may be why she's here rather than New York. I haven't pried. If she wishes to speak of it to me, she will."
"Her particular situation isn't mine to share."
Marshall looked undecided, as though he wanted to say more, but wasn't sure he should. He tapped one palm with his clenched fist.
"What involves her is a family issue."
"As I said," Doris said, covering his restless hand with hers, stilling it, "I have no wish to pry, so do not feel you must speak of it." He watched her, his expression assessing. The wariness she'd come to expect in his deep brown eyes had gone.
6 months ago, our father was arrested for graft.
Marshall's tone was flat, his wording stiff. He clasped her hand as though he needed her strength to speak the words aloud. Doris's heart twisted for him.
It seems he made some substantial political donations and reaped the benefits of the lucrative government contracts.
"Is that why you came to Wyoming?" she asked.
"No. Like your brother, I've been here nearly a decade. My father and I had very different ideas, and I found I couldn't abide to live in the same house with him. I received a substantial inheritance upon the death of my maternal grandfather, so I came out here and invested in land instead."
Marshall's gaze had been as though somewhere else, but he looked at Doris now and held her gaze.
"Judith is 5 years my junior, and she suffered the full brunt of the scandal."
"I didn't know, but I've suspected she was running away from something. Miss Doris, when will you start painting?" Lydia asked, looking their way. Doris realized she was holding Marshall's hand. She released it and stepped back, her cheeks going warm. "As soon as I set up my workspace." Without looking at him, she went to her box of supplies to collect her sketch pad and pencil. She said to the girls, "Now would be a good time for your father to check on your mother's items. I've been looking forward to learning more about her."
"I'll take care of it."
He left the room. Doris was glad for the time to calm her shaking hands. How had she presumed to touch him in so familiar a manner? What must he think of her? "I thought you were going to paint," Florence said from beside her. Doris jumped and nearly dropped her pad. She said with a laugh, "Oh, my, you startled me. I first need to sketch what I mean to paint. It's especially important with miniatures because there's no room for mistakes." "But how will you make it fit in the lockets Daddy has?" Lydia asked, coming to stand beside them, still munching on her brownie. "I didn't know he'd already bought them for you," Doris said. "I'd like to see them."
"See what?"
Marshall asked, entering the room. He held the door open for two men who carried a large trunk between them. "The lockets." Florence began to move toward him. "Let them put it in a place where the three of you can go through the contents," Doris said, wrapping her arm around the girl. When Lydia stepped closer on the other side, Doris did the same to her. Marshall stood staring at the trunk, looking uncertain for the first time. How difficult was it going to be for him and his daughters to go through all the memories in it? So far, Doris had only seen one item which told people there had once been a mistress in this house, the painting in this room.
"Do you need anything else, boss?"
one of the men asked.
"No, thank you."
Marshall continued to stare at the trunk until the men had gone. Then he seemed to gather himself and turned to face them. He'd schooled his face, but when his gaze fell on her with her arms around his daughters, a slow smile grew, which warmed Doris's heart. "Have you looked inside since these items were packed away?" she asked.
"No. Mrs. Hauser took care of it, so I'm not even sure what all she included here."
Marshall pulled out his keys and looked through them until he settled on one. "Go look with your father," Doris said, giving the girls each a gentle nudge. They went to stand beside him as he knelt and slid in the key. Doris picked up her pad of paper and started to sketch. Her first drawing was a quick one of the three of them. As Marshall began to speak, she flipped the page and started another, this time working on the faces of the girls as he told them something about the item. He lifted a beautiful emerald gown, saying he'd purchased it for a social event she'd attended with him back in New York, and she'd only worn it once. Doris continued to glance between the portrait above the mantel and the little family, talking about the items in the trunk. The girls would ask questions, and Marshall answered. Sometimes his voice would tighten, as though the memory hurt. But the more he spoke about his late wife, the less that happened. It seemed the poor man had locked his pain away like the items in the trunk. Doris hoped, at least for the girls' sake, having faced this once, it would be easier to do again. The children needed to remember their mother. They'd nearly gotten through the entire trunk when there was a sharp rap at the office door.
"Come in,"
Marshall called as he stood and faced the door. An older man opened it, but paused when he saw the others. Marshall said,
"It's all good, Johnson. We were about done anyway."
"We're having some trouble with one of the guests." The man's salt and pepper handlebar mustache twitched with what Doris thought was irritation. "I'm afraid he wants to talk with you."
"I'll be right out."
Marshall turned to his daughters.
"It's time for me to get back to work, ladies." His gaze shifted to Doris. "Did you get enough?"
She lifted the pad of sketches. "I did, indeed. I may need to return to look at the original painting a few times, if it's not a problem."
"It's not a problem at all."
He stepped closer, and Doris rose. He took her hand and said,
"Thank you for today. I didn't know how much I was keeping from them. I didn't mean to. This was also good for me."
"I thought it might be. My sisters and I did something like this for ourselves a few years ago. Our poor father had also locked away memories in the attic. He wouldn't allow us to bring any of Mother's things down, It took a long time, but he finally gave his permission for us to look through them. We found it quite cathartic.
Cathartic? Marshall asked, his brows raised. That's kind of a big word. I'm not even sure I know what it means.
I'm a teacher at heart, and I love words. One definition of cathartic is the cleansing release of emotions.
So, when you ladies cry, it's cathartic.
The corner of his mouth twitched. Yes. It's a shame you men don't have the same release.
Men don't cry, he said, his manner now a little stiff.
God gave men tears just as he did women.
I suppose, Marshall said, looking uncomfortable. Thank you for coming today. Just let the girls know when you'd like to come again, and we can arrange it.
He picked up his hat and strode from the room. Let's get these things put back neatly. Doris stepped to the trunk and helped the girls carefully replace the items they'd removed. When they had finished, she said, Now I need to find your aunt about getting a ride home.
Do you need a ride home?
A male voice asked. Doris and the girls turned around and found Edgar Lowell standing in the doorway, watching them. He bowed.
It would be my pleasure to drive you home, Miss Doris.
Judith
has just stepped out with Mrs. Hauser. It sounded very much like they would be gone for a while.
The man smiled.
But I'm here to rescue you, so have no fear.
Doris wasn't sure what to think of Mr. Lowell's persistent attention. The way he and his cousin acted around her, she wondered if there was some kind of masculine competition going on between them. She didn't know if she should be flattered or offended. They considered her a prize. Either way, it didn't mean either man cared for her. Glancing at the girls, Doris saw the solution. Lydia and Florence, would you care to be chaperones? Yes, Lydia cried, while Florence's only response was to nod her head as she slid her hand into Doris's. A flash of irritation crossed Mr. Lowell's face, but he replaced it quickly with a grin.
Let's go then, ladies.
Get your hats, and I'll gather my things, Doris said, and the girls ran off. Doris had already removed her apron, so she turned to put it and her supplies back in her bag. She was reaching for her hat when Mr. Lowell handed it to her. She took it and stepped back to put it on. He moved closer.
One might think you're avoiding me, delightful Doris.
His voice had gone soft, taking on a caressing tone she didn't like at all.
I'd love to take you riding without the little misses, just the two of us. This is beautiful country, and I'm sure you could tell me about it.
With each word, he'd edged closer to her, and she'd stepped back until the bookcase pressed against her back. Then he lifted his hand as though he meant to touch her face. Her mind flashed back to their trip to Lilac City when she and her sisters and Charles Merrick had been walking from the train to the hotel. A drunk cowboy had grabbed Doris and attempted to kiss her. She tried to remember what Charles had shown them as a means to get free if a man grabbed them. "We're ready," Florence cried, running into the room. Mr. Lowell dropped his hand, and the child rushed forward to place herself between them. Lydia had joined them and took Doris's hand. "Let's go," she said, taking Florence's hand. "Perhaps your cousin will be so good as to get my bag." He pulled a face but picked it up. They'd reached the wide front porch when Marshall came hurrying forward.
I see you're ready to go, Miss Doris. One of the hands is bringing my carriage. I have it in hand, cousin, Mr. Lowell said. Oh, you needn't worry, Edgar. Marshall stepped up to Doris and offered his arm while holding out his other hand to Lydia. Miss Doris is helping with a project for the girls. Do bring her bag, though. Bemused, Doris took his arm, and the four of them walked down the stairs. I'm glad to see you were bringing the girls, Marshall said, his voice low, so she didn't know if his daughters had heard. I didn't expect to be gone long. I should have mentioned I'd be right back to take you home. Thank you. Doris couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at the disgruntled expression on Mr. Lowell's face,
as he put her bag in the carriage. She might not mind the competition if it resulted in Marshall escorting her home. Chapter 7.
Daddy, can we go to the picnic?
Lydia asked at dinner the following week. Marshall glanced up from his newspaper. The last few days had been more complicated than he liked. The troublesome guest had proven difficult to please and required a great deal of attention, usually Marshall's. Doris had been to the house twice to work on her paintings. Edgar seemed able to sense when she'd come and managed to be there on those days. With the man hovering around, Marshall was glad he hadn't moved his late wife's portrait to another room. He doubted Miss Doris would have been able to get anything done on the miniatures otherwise.
What picnic?
The Ladies' Improvement Society is working with the Lucky L staff on the house and barn raising for the Merricks, Judith said. As you know, there's usually a picnic, but we're trying something new. Mrs. Teague at the dry goods store has a croquet set, and so does the sheriff's sister, so we'll have 2 games going. There'll be the typical races and such, and we're planning to have an outdoor dance in the evening. The big event, however, will be the boxed dinners. All the unmarried ladies will prepare the meals, which will then be up for auction. The man who wins the box will share the meal with the lady who prepared it. Marshall's mind flashed to Doris immediately. What would she make? It didn't matter. He already wanted to be the one to win her meal. But it was only to keep Edgar from getting it. Yes, it was important to keep his cousin from winning that box.
What will the proceeds go to?
He asked. Extras for the school. Doris is quite the thoughtful teacher. She thinks of everything. Judith shook her head and grinned at the girls. I wished I'd had a teacher like her when I was in school.
I love Miss Doris,
Lydia said, clutching her hands to her chest.
She said her scholars can make boxed dinners for the picnic to help with the auction, but I don't want to have to eat it with a boy.
She wrinkled her face with such disgust it made Marshall and his sister both laugh. He marveled at how much happier Judith had seemed the last few weeks. On occasion, he still caught her looking wistfully out the window, but he thought those were happening less often. He hoped she was finally finding some peace and not just pretending to be happy.
What if you want a certain boy to buy your dinner? Florence asked, her voice timid. But another boy buys it instead.
When Marshall spoke, the first word came out like a croak. He coughed and began again.
Who do you want to buy your dinner?
Matthew Teague, Florence said the word softly, looking down at her lap. Marshall pinched the bridge of his nose. His beautiful daughter was only 6. Wasn't that too young to be interested in boys? He glanced at his sister. And so it begins. Judith's expression had turned sympathetic.
Who do you want to buy your box, Aunt Judith? Lydia asked.
It surprised him when his sister's cheeks flushed. I'm not making one. She shook her head. You're not going to contribute to the fundraiser? Marshall asked. I won't cast my pearls before swine and have some filthy cowboy expect to sit with me at dinner. She lifted her chin. Her eyes narrowed. Maybe the new Judith was all affront. Have you considered that I'm technically one of those filthy cowboys? Marshall asked, his tone flat. Even if you choose to get out there and muck around with your men, doesn't mean you aren't still a Breckinridge and a landowner. I have good men working for me, and many of them are the sons of landowners. They have a solid work ethic, and most have some education. Doris has even been talking about hosting lessons for those who wish to learn to read or read better. There's nothing wrong with people wanting to improve their lives. She's a dear, but I doubt it would last long, Judith said. I won't be the least bit surprised if Edgar woos her away from here and takes her back to New York. I can see her on his arm. He's always had an eye for pretty women, and grandmother is putting pressure on him to marry. If you wouldn't keep getting in his way, I'd think he'd have already gotten somewhere with her." "Miss Doris doesn't like him like that," Florence said, and Lydia nodded. "Do you really think she'll marry one of the cowboys around here?" Judith asked. "Her brother would never allow it. She has the looks and the grace to be a great lady. I can see her working diligently with charities. She's wasted in Lilac City." She lowered her voice and mumbled something which sounded like, "As am I." "Edgar Lowell will marry Doris Lancaster over my dead body." Marshall used the hard voice he saved for disciplining his hands. "You'd deny her an opportunity to marry into a good family?" Judith's voice had turned sarcastic. "Or were you thinking to marry her yourself?" "Ooh," Lydia breathed. "I'd love for you to marry Miss Doris." "Yes, Daddy, you should," Florence said. "Miss Doris understands how we feel. Mary at school got a new mother, and she won't let them talk about their old one." "See what you've started," Marshall muttered. "Hardly. It's not as though you'll act on it. Isn't your heart still in the grave?" Judith's words were soft, and she watched him curiously. Marshall had no idea what game his sister was playing, so he didn't bother to answer her question. Instead, he looked at his daughters, also ignoring their comments about their teacher. "Yes, we will attend the house raising and the picnic. I don't think I'm comfortable with you bringing a lunch to be auctioned. You're not old enough for such things yet, and I'd be forced to buy both of your boxes. 3 dinners would be too much for me." He winked. 3? Judith shot him a sly glance. "I meant 2, he said quickly, hoping his daughter's confused expressions meant they hadn't understood his slip. "Perhaps I need to take some remedial math." "I'm sure the schoolmarm would be happy to assist you." Before he could say anything, his sister stood and picked up her plate. "Girls, let's get this table cleared." "You must be excited to finally have your own home," Doris said to her sister Maud as they worked in the kitchen of the Lucky L Ranch. "I know you and Charles won't be far, but I'll miss you." "I'll miss you, too. I worry you'll be lonely here, what with Frances always out and about helping with the guests." Maud shook her head, her expression bemused. "I'd never have guessed our stubborn tomboy sister would end up working so well with them." "I think it's because she fits what those Easterners think a Wyoming cowgirl would be like." Doris scooped another dollop of frosting to add to the cake. "All the years we were growing up in Indianapolis, I don't know why none of us realized it was what she is at heart, a cowgirl." "Because Father would have been livid at the suggestion that his youngest child would ever engage in such unladylike activities." Maud gave a soft but sad chuckle. "Life is so different from what I imagined it would be even 6 months ago. Yet I wouldn't change a thing." "Of course you wouldn't. You found the love of your life in Charles." Doris sighed. "Don't look so wistful." Her sister patted her arm. "That Edgar Lowell asks about you every time I see him in town. He even came by the ranch here once. Luke's men all called him a dandy, of course, with his expensive clothes and sophisticated air. Have you even wondered if you might find your future husband in one of the guests here, or even at the Circle B?" Doris shook her head. She didn't dare put into words what she dreamed about. Marshall Breckinridge was such a contradiction to her. Sometimes, when he'd look at her, she was sure he saw her as a woman. Those were the moments she cherished, hoping he would say or do something to show that he wished to fix his interest with her. But too often he held himself aloof. Perhaps he'd never gotten over the loss of his wife. The number of single women in Lilac City increased every month. They came to work at the hotel, which now had a growing train business. Doris had seen several of them throwing themselves at Marshall, but he gave them no notice. It was her only consolation. "Why are you so sad?" Maud asked. "Because she's sweet on Marshall Breckinridge," Frances said as she strode into the room. Doris gasped. "How can you know that?" "Because I've watched you. You'd have to be blind not to see it." Her younger sister ran her finger along the top of the frosting bowl and licked it. "Stop it." Maud waved Frances away, but then met Doris's gaze. "Is this true?" She started to shake her head, but at Frances's flat look, Doris gave a soft nod instead. "But please, say nothing, especially to Luke. I couldn't bear to be teased about this. It's simply a schoolgirl crush." Frances burst out laughing. "It seems I've had this exact conversation with Maud about Charles, and we know how that turned out." "Did you really?" Doris looked at her older sister, who refused to meet her gaze. "You did." "On the train, you two were so obviously meant for each other. It was like the air crackled whenever you two were in the same room." Frances raised her hands and wiggled her fingers. "When we left with Luke, the day he picked us up at the station, I happened to look back at Charles and you. When I heard Lilac City had a new deputy, I wasn't the least bit surprised." "I agree Maud and Charles belong together. It's a different thing for me." Doris watched the cake she was frosting, ignoring her sister's watchful eyes. "How?" Frances asked, reaching out as though she meant to steal another fingerful of frosting, but Maud smacked her hand away again. "Charles wasn't married before. He didn't keep a painting of his beautiful late wife in his office so he could see it every day." Doris blinked her stinging eyes, irritated with herself. She would not be jealous of a dead woman. It said a lot about Marshall that he continued to feel so strongly for Agnes. "Is he still grieving?" Maud asked. "I thought his wife died years ago." "She did," Doris said. "She passed away when Lydia was only a few weeks old." "But Lydia is one of your students," Frances frowned. "You've talked about her. It means her mother's been gone for years." "Father never remarried," Maud continued, in spite of the frown their youngest sister always got whenever anyone mentioned him. "Is that what you fear, Doris? That Mr. Breckinridge is still pining for his late wife?" She nodded and told them about the portrait he kept in his office. "It's the one I'm using as the inspiration for the miniatures I'm painting for his daughters. She was a beautiful woman, and he's made sure the picture is where he spends a great deal of his time." "Well, I think it'd have been better for Father if he had married again." Frances didn't look at them, staring out the window toward the mountains in the distance. "What if he'd married someone horrible?" Doris asked. "Are you suggesting you'd be a horrible stepmother to those two little girls?" Frances shot her a disbelieving look. "No, I already love them dearly." Doris scooped more frosting from the bowl. "I think there's enough frosting on the cake," Maud said, taking the spatula. "I agree with Frances. I think Mr. Breckinridge is interested in you." "No, don't shake your head, Doris. Sometimes you have to take a risk. What if Charles had gone on to San Francisco instead of staying here to court me? We'd only known each other a few days, but we already saw something special about each other." Maud got a familiar, dreamy look on her face. "Did you know you look that way, too?" Frances whispered to Doris. She didn't pretend not to understand what her younger sister meant. "Am I so obvious?" "I don't think you're obvious enough. Don't think I haven't noticed how Mr. Breckinridge watches you when he thinks you're not looking." Frances grinned.
I think I'd make a great lawman." "Not that again," Maud said with a groan. "I wish Nick Reynolds had never gotten you interested in reading his Sherlock Holmes books. The two of you are driving me mad the way you're always making mysteries where there are none." "It's all in good fun." Frances leaned against the table, her arms across her chest, just like her cowboy friends did. "Women are going places now. Nick was telling me about a lady who was a sheriff in Texas. She only did the job for 3 months to finish up her husband's term because he died in office. But what's to say I couldn't be sheriff in Lilac City?" "You mean besides Sheriff Fosberg and my husband, his deputy?" Maud asked. "But the sheriff will eventually retire. He's always talking about it. And Charles is going to be a horse breeder." Frances shrugged her shoulders. "Your dear husband also told me there are female Pinkerton agents." Doris exchanged glances with her older sister. Frances was becoming more and more like the Texas cowboy Nick. Doris liked him. He was a good young man. But she would have felt better if he could find a way to direct her sister to more ladylike activities. "But what I'd like to eventually do is beside the point," Frances said. "I think our dear Doris here needs to make it clear to Marshall Breckinridge she's romantically interested in him." Doris's stomach knotted, and a wave of dizziness made her clutch at the table. What if she flirted with him, and he spurned her? She didn't know if she could bear it. Marshall might not allow his sister to associate with Doris anymore, or his daughters. "I can see you're already talking yourself out of it," Maud said. "For once, I agree with Frances." "Why, thank you, dear sister. Only because you know I'm right," Frances said with a scowl, her tone sarcastic. "I don't want you to go away. I don't like how that cousin of Breckinridge's watches you, and I especially don't like how much time he spends gambling. Someone like him will never stay in a place like Lilac City." "I have no interest in Mr. Lowell," Doris said. "Perhaps, but please tell me you'll only accept an offer from a man you love," Maud said, taking Doris's hand and pinning her with a firm gaze. "Even if Mr. Breckinridge has no interest in me, I'm happy here. I'm near the family I love, and I have gainful employment." Doris tried to sound convincing. "What more can I want?" As Maud pulled Doris into an embrace, Frances watched her with doubtful eyes. Chapter 8. A problem with one of the horses delayed Marshall's arrival at the picnic. What irritated him more than his daughter's complaining about being late during the ride to the Merrick property was the knowledge that Edgar had gone ahead under the excuse of needing to drive Judith. She'd had to be there early to help with the boxed dinners. Marshall's only satisfaction was knowing the men would be busy doing hard labor. For a man like Edgar, it might be an eye-opener at just how much work was involved in raising a house in one day. By the time they arrived, the men had already built frames for both the house and the barn. Everyone in the area who could get away must have come to the event because the property was full of people. The ladies had set up under some trees not far from the house. Marshall helped his daughters down from the surrey. "Now you girls behave," Marshall called after them as they skipped away. He glanced at the house, undecided if he should go there first or check to see if someone would keep an eye on his daughters. When he got sight of them hugging Doris, he decided on the latter. When he approached them, Florence ran to take his hand. "Daddy, you should ask her." "Ask who what?"
"Ask Miss Doris to marry you."
Hoping the beauty hadn't overheard, Marshall glanced at where she stood with Lydia. His gaze met Doris's, and warmth flooded through him. She was a vision, dressed in a simple cotton work dress with her hair pulled up in the style he'd heard women call the Gibson girl.
Without giving it any thought, he walked to her and bowed over her hand.
"I hope you're not terribly overworked today," he said.
"Just busy preparing for the auction and the dance tonight." Her cheeks flushed, and she glanced over at the table where the ladies had stacked some beautifully decorated basket.
"Is one of those yours?"
Marshall needed to know which one Edgar meant to bid on. "I'll have one there, yes," she said, looking up at him. Their gazes met again, and he found himself unable to look away. He noticed for the first time how a darker blue surrounded the pale blue of her irises. It seemed like the perfect outline for those mesmerizing eyes. Good grief, but he could lose himself in them. "Daddy! Daddy!" Florence, tugging at his hand, finally made it so he could break free. He glanced to where she was pointing. Lydia stood next to one of the baskets with a bright blue bow on it, her head nodding toward it. "Lydia Breckinridge, you little rascal!" Doris cried, stepping toward the girl and tickling her. "You're not supposed to do that." "Now, Daddy," Florence said, tugging at his hand again. "Ask her now." "No." The word came out sharper than he'd intended, and his daughter's expression fell, her eyes glistening. Marshall needed to make his position clear, but he couldn't bring himself to take away all hope. He dropped to his knees in front of his daughter and said softly, "Even if I intended to ask for her hand, this would be neither the place nor the time. I need to get some work done on the buildings so I can earn my dinner. I suggest you ask Miss Doris if you can help her before you play with the other children." "But, Daddy—" "Do I need to take you home?" he asked. "No, sir." Florence walked away from him, her little body stiff. She was angry with him now. She only ever called him sir when she was. Doris said something to her, but the child only shook her head. "I'll keep an eye out for them." The beautiful young woman put a hand on each of his daughter's shoulders, and the three of them walked over to where the other ladies and children had gathered. Marshall found he liked the image too well. He reminded himself Doris Lancaster was too timid and young for him. His father had been a dozen years older than his mother and had married the young debutante after she'd first come out. He'd then gone on to make her life miserable, always complaining about her immaturity. His father had used those years as a weapon, always saying he knew best, not only because he was a man, but because he had more life experience. Having vowed never to be like his father in any way, Marshall couldn't risk doing the same to Doris. Forcing himself to look away, Marshall let out a deep breath. It was time to get some work done. In the distance, where the barn was being constructed, he spotted Edgar nodding as Sheriff Vosberg gave him instructions. Marshall headed toward the house. "All right, girls," Doris said as she stepped back from the table. "I think we've made this as attractive as we can. You two are free to join the others." Florence skipped away immediately, but Lydia held back. "Is there something wrong?" Doris bent down so they were on eye level. "I want a mommy." Lydia looked up, her adorable face expressive. "Daddy says I mustn't say anything, but I want you to be my mommy." "Oh, dear." Doris's heart swelled at the sweet comment, but she certainly couldn't tell the child it was her dearest wish, too. "Let's talk over there." The two of them walked to a bench which had been set up under the shade of a tree, and they sat down together. Doris took a deep breath, sending a prayer heavenward for guidance. "I'm afraid finding a new mother is more complicated than just wanting someone to be your parent. Let me tell you a story." Doris put her arm around the child, and Lydia leaned against her. "I had a dear friend in school whose mother was a charming and lovely lady. She always made me feel welcome when I visited. I wished so many times my friend could also be my sister. I wanted her mother to be my mother because my own had died the year before. I missed her terribly. I wish I could remember my mommy. Didn't it help to have your father go through the box of her things? Yes, he remembers her, but I don't, Lydia said, her voice doleful. I understand. My sister Frances has a hard time remembering our mother, too. But I need you to understand that getting a new mother would also mean your father would have a new wife. Doris pointed to where Charles stood with his arm around Maud. He held out his other hand and was talking excitedly. Doris said, "See how happy my sister is with her new husband? When your father marries again, I think you want him to be happy like they are. What if he married someone you like, but he doesn't? When you and Florence get married and move away, he'd still have to live with that wife. Forever." Doris opened her eyes wide in mock horror, and Lydia giggled. "It's perfect, then," Lydia said, pointing toward Maud and Charles. "Daddy already looks at you like that." The child skipped away. Did he really? Doris scanned the workers and the house, but didn't see Marshall. Bemused and trying not to get her hopes up, she rose and went to break up an argument between some children. When she'd sent them off to join the others, she realized she wasn't alone. Edgar Lowell leaned against one of the trees, watching her with a grin. He looked so different, dressed in a plaid shirt and overalls. The man still carried himself with an air of confidence, edged with self-importance, but that he'd agreed to do something so menial as manual labor raised him in her estimation. "I can see why you have such a good reputation as a school teacher. You have a way with children." He straightened and moved toward her. "It's very kind of you to say so." There was something a little too intense about his gaze, which made her uncomfortable. She stepped back. "Is this your first barn raising?" Edgar stopped, his brows furrowing as though her movement away confused him. Had he really never met women before who didn't care for his flirtatious manner? "It is. I haven't had an opportunity yet to take you for a drive. I'm hoping to share dinner with you tonight." He edged a little closer. She took another step back. "You're not allowed to know which basket belongs to which lady." "All you have to do is give me a hint." "Please?" He wore a mock sincere expression that didn't suit him. "I'm afraid I can't." "Is something wrong?" Marshall was suddenly at her side. "I was asking which basket is hers." Edgar gave a dramatic sigh and grinned. "She's a rule keeper, this one. It appears I'll need luck at guessing which is hers. Just promise you'll keep the rules for everyone who asks." He winked at her, gave his cousin a challenging glance, and left. "I cannot think why he's still here, and doing manual labor. I never dreamed the day would come when Edgar Lowell would risk getting blisters on his hands." Marshall used a handkerchief to wipe the perspiration from his forehead. "Though, to give credit where it's due, he's done very well so far today. I think his father would have had an apoplexy if he knew." "Yes, this is certainly not the kind of life we lived in Indianapolis." Doris debated with herself before adding as she looked at him, "I'm finding I quite like it." "You've mentioned that before?" He watched her, his expression intent. "You truly don't miss the high society parties and the fancy doings?" "Maud always did better at those kinds of events. I prefer gatherings where I know everyone. I'm a simple woman at heart." "You must have had many suitors," Marshall said. "There were several men who had an interest in my dowry, yes. A few even attempted to court me." "Attempted?" "Yes. My father sent each one of them packing." Doris stared off in the distance, glad now he'd done so, though she'd have liked him to consult her before the dismissings. Some of my friends had already married, but he said he wasn't inclined to let us go yet. I'm sure you've heard our uncle, his brother, tried to force us into arranged marriages after his death, something Father would never have done." She sighed.
That life seems so long ago, almost like a distant memory. But if your uncle hadn't done it, the three of you wouldn't have come to stay with your brother. I, for one, am glad you did. Marshall pocketed his handkerchief and put on his hat again. Is this your first barn raising? It is. She glanced at him, smiling. I'd heard of them, of course, but it's quite a different thing to see all these men in action. Surely they can't be hammering hither and thither. It must take a great deal of organization. It does. Mayor Phelps was an engineer before he came out west. Marshall chuckled. You can tell what a difference he's made by looking at the early homes. He came out here to design my lodge and stayed. I didn't know that. Lilac City is full of interesting people who've been drawn here from many different walks of life. Well, I should get back to work. Marshall nodded and headed back toward the house, pausing to scan the table of baskets sitting in the shade. His attention seemed drawn to the one with tiny flowers painted on the decorative bow. Glancing back at her, he grinned before continuing on to the house. Doris shouldn't have added the embellishment, but the basket had needed something to liven it up. Would Mr. Lowell recognize it as hers, too? Chapter 9. Marshall spent the rest of the day arguing with himself about that stupid basket. If Edgar bid on it, then Marshall would make sure to win it. He couldn't decide if he'd try to outbid another man. It was ludicrous to think the men of the area, after working a long day, would spend their ready cash on a basket made by an unknown woman. Or had some of them already made arrangements? What with the imbalance between single men and women, it was a good thing the married ladies had prepared extra meals, or a lot of men would go hungry tonight. The house was finished and the barn nearly so. With a little help from the hands at the Lucky L Ranch, the Merricks would be ready to move into their new home in another week or so. The town folk should be proud of themselves. With the other men, Marshall went to clean up. After preparing the midday meal for everyone in attendance, the ladies had gone to their homes or to town to prepare the contents of the baskets. They'd returned and had everything set up for the auction by the time the men were ready. Marshall wasn't surprised to find his daughters waiting with Doris, rather than with Judith, who appeared to be busy orchestrating the people. He had to credit his sister's ability to boss people around. What was unexpected was how well the townfolk were taking it. Perhaps her association with Doris had softened some of Judith's edges. It would be a good thing. Hating to linger with the other men waiting for the auction to begin, Marshall took up a position to the side. He hoped he looked more like one of the organizers than one of the poor cowhands hoping to share a meal with a lady. Luke Hamblin came to stand beside him. Your sister should be pleased, Marshall said. With the help of the Ladies' Improvement Society, I think we've had more people attend this raising than the last two combined. It doesn't hurt that Charles is so well liked, and my sister has some notoriety after the attempted kidnapping. But I think you're right about the society. If you want something done well, turn it over to the ladies. With summer winding down, I think everyone is ready to have some fun. I was talking with the mayor and wondering if we shouldn't have another big gathering after the harvest. It's been a good year for the farmers, and I've had my best year with my guests. Luke looked at him. You've been plenty busy, too. Yes, I hear your clientele has improved. He'd overheard Doris talking with Maud about some friends she'd invited to stay in the new lodge at the Lucky L. It seems your sisters have some connections you were missing. I'm happy for you. Luke glanced at him in disbelief. I believe there's room in this area for 2 thriving dude ranches, Marshall said as he watched the final preparations being made to display the baskets. If I understand it correctly, your sister's friend is from New York, while most of my referrals come from Pennsylvania. It helps we're not competing for the same people. It's true. But aren't you from New York? I'd have thought more of your guests would come from there. I am from New York, but I went to school in Pennsylvania, so my connections are more there. Marshall would really rather not have guests from home who'd carry tales about his father. The biggest concern was that the Lucky L Ranch would now have people from New York who might connect the scandal to the Lilac City Breckinridges. So far, it hadn't been a problem. It looks like they're ready to begin. I know Nick was trying to talk Frances into making up a basket. When she said she didn't cook, he said any decent wrangler knows how to fend for himself, and that included cooking. Luke gave a dark chuckle. If he succeeded in talking her into making one, I feel sorry for the man who buys it. Marshall chuckled. Hamlin was a different man now his sisters had moved in with him. Happier. Maybe, given some time, Marshall would be glad Judith had joined him. Mayor Phelps called the gathering to order. I want to thank all of you for the good, hard work you've done today. We've been able to accomplish a great deal together, and it makes me proud to call you all my friends. I can hear your stomachs rumbling, so I know you're hungry. Let's get on with this. Please be generous. The proceeds will help the new school. He picked up the first basket, lifted the covering napkin, and gave a description of the contents before opening it for bids. Marshall didn't want to be too obvious about making sure only the right man got Doris's basket, so he made a bid early on, but didn't contest it when someone else bid higher. The mayor was very effective and moved the bidding along quickly. Marshall split his attention between Doris's basket and Edgar. When the mayor lifted the one with the painted bow, his cousin shot Marshall a sly glance. How had he figured it out? What do we have in here? The mayor lifted the napkin and peeked inside, inhaling deeply. He lifted the lid off of a small pot and raised his brows. This looks very interesting. Chili with spaghetti in it. And there's a delicious-looking pie and some cornbread. I think someone is in for a treat. Who will open the bidding on this one? Marshall watched his cousin, who was eyeing him. Luke put in a bid of $5. It would work. She'd be fine having dinner with her brother. $10, Edgar said. 12, Luke countered. 15, Edgar crossed his arms. $20. A low hum began in the crowd. Luke's bid was $4 higher than any other basket had made so far. Edgar's smile turned smug. 25. The crowd gasped. Was the man purposefully trying to antagonize her brother? Having sat at a bargaining table in negotiations with Hamlin, Marshall knew it wasn't a smart thing to do. Not if his cousin really wanted to get permission to take Doris for a drive. Hamlin stood, assessing his competition, while the townspeople waited with bated breath. Doris's brother shrugged and stepped back. Marshall sent an irritated glance at the man and found him watching him expectantly. Grinning, Edgar stepped forward. In his cocky arrogance, he was so sure the dinner and the evening spent with Doris were his. Marshall looked at Hamlin again, who still watched Marshall. He found everyone now looking at him, even the mayor. $50. At Marshall's bid, even the low rumble of voices stopped. Edgar turned to face him, his jaw set and his eyes narrowed. 60. The Lowell family was wealthy, but Marshall knew Edgar's father had him on an allowance. Having spent so much time gaming in Lilac City, there was a good chance his cousin was running low on cash and wouldn't have access to more until the end of the quarter, next month. $75. Marshall said the words slowly, giving each one emphasis. Edgar blinked, his complexion going pale. Marshall looked at the mayor. He coughed and blurted, Going, gone, to Marshall Breckinridge. As the crowd clapped and whooped, Marshall hoped Doris hadn't made the basket for Frances. The thought of sharing the meal with that opinionated young woman was enough to ruin any man's appetite. He held his breath until Doris stepped forward and took the basket from the mayor. Relieved, Marshall extended his arm, and she slid hers through it. However was he going to squelch the expectations now? Doris's hands shook as she took the basket from the mayor. There was no way she could have anticipated anyone paying so much money for any dinner basket, much less hers. And Marshall Breckinridge. She slid her hand around his arm, and he led her to where his daughters sat at one end of a long table. "I hope you don't mind a little company for dinner."
"Oh, Miss Doris!" Florence cried, clapping her hands in approval. "I'm so happy Daddy bought your basket."
Lydia ran up and slid her hand in Doris's.
"He wouldn't let us make any. I wanted to auction one off."
"Apple strudel. I told you it would have been too much work for Mrs. Hauser," Marshall said, winking at his daughter. "Apple strudel?" Doris asked as he pulled out the bench for her.
"Daddy likes to tease us,"
Lydia said with an exaggerated sigh, but her cheeks had flushed at the odd endearment.
"He says we're sweet enough to eat."
Marshall shrugged and gave his daughters such a tender look. Doris found her eyes prickling. She'd known her father loved them, but he'd not been a man who showed his affection. Florence and Lydia were lucky to have such a loving man as their father. Now sitting, Doris reached for the basket, thinking to spread out the contents. Marshall sat beside her and pulled it in front of him. "I paid top dollar for this, so I think I'd like to check it out first. What do you think, girls?" He grinned at his daughters, waggling his brows with a conspiratorial look. "If she can cook even a little bit as good as she paints, we're in for a treat." Doris bit her bottom lip. She'd chosen some of her favorite dishes from back home, but she didn't know if they'd like them. "Did you really put spaghetti in your chili?" Marshall asked, lifting the lid of the small pot.
"Many people in Indiana do it like this," she said. "It was one of my mother's favorite recipes. My sisters and I found it in a box of her things in the attic." "You remember her mother died when she was little, too."
Florence glanced at Doris sympathetically and said,
"Daddy kept all of our mother's recipes."
"I thought it was important for them to know at least a little about what she'd liked," Marshall said, his voice quiet.
"I wish our father had done that."
"What kind of pie is this?" he asked, lifting the napkin to peek underneath.
"Is it custard?"
Lydia asked. "Yes," she said, passing out some tin bowls. "It's called sugar cream pie." "Let me guess," Marshall said with a grin. "It has sugar and cream in it."
"My goodness, girls, your father is so clever."
Doris clapped her hands the way she did in the classroom when one of the children had been struggling with a difficult lesson and did well.
"He got it right the first time." "What's this?"
Florence asked, holding the lid to the pot which held the corn and green beans. "Succotash," Marshall and Doris said at the same time. He said, "Though we always had lima beans in ours. My grandmother used to make it, but I only ever got to eat it when I visited her house. My father didn't approve of eating poor people's food." He seemed to sense he'd spoken with bitterness and glanced at his daughters. "Know what kind of bread the people in Indiana eat?"
"The same kind of bread people in Wyoming eat."
Doris placed a small spoonful of the vegetables on Lydia's plate, who looked at them skeptically. Doris said,
"You don't have to eat it all if you don't like it. I don't know if your father insists you clean your plate." "One thing I remember from when I was little was how my mother would insist we only had to take one bite. She used to tease us that a single taste could change our lives." "I wish I could remember things my mommy said."
Lydia said it matter-of-factly, for which Doris was glad. She'd hate to have put a damper on the evening for the two girls. As the child slowly took a bite of the succotash,
Marshall leaned a little closer to Doris and whispered, "I'll do better to share with them things their mother said. Ever since you had me go through the box with them, I've realized how starved they've been for memories of her." "I'm so glad I could be of help. It would have meant a great deal to all three of us if our father had done it." "I think I like it," Lydia said, her eyes wide with surprise. "It's not just corn and green beans." "No, there are spices, too." Doris looked expectantly at Florence, who just stared at her vegetables. "Imagine what it would be like to travel to other countries and sample their delicacies. If you think what we eat in Indiana is strange, imagine what food from China would be like." "Oh, we already know that." The little girl brought a forkful of vegetables to her mouth and took a tentative bite. As she chewed, she nodded and then took another mouthful. "So they've eaten Chinese food before?" Doris asked Marshall. "My mother is fond of it because she brought a Chinese maid with her when she married." Doris was silent for a couple minutes as they ate, thinking about the different comments he'd made about his family. She wondered if Judith had also been close to the woman. "Be sure to save room for the pie," Doris said when the girls slowed down their eating. "Don't tell them that," Marshall said, wiping his mouth with his napkin. "Let them get full on your succotash and chili-getty." "Chili-getty?" Doris choked with laughter. "Well, it's what it is, isn't it? If they eat all of it, they won't have any room for pie." Marshall rubbed his stomach. "It'll mean all the more for me." "No!" Florence cried, pulling the pie toward her and her sister in a manner which looked like it must be a game they played at home. "You have to share." "Yes." Lydia arched over the pie to protect it with her body. "You said we have to share, so it means you have to share." A delicious warmth filled Doris as she watched this normally dignified man play a game with his daughters. Marshall would never leave his affairs so unsettled an unscrupulous brother could take advantage of his little girls. It seemed the more Doris got to know about the man, the more there was to admire in him. It was a shame he didn't see her in the same way. She mustn't think about it. One could not choose whom one loved. Quietly, while the three of them continued to tease each other, she slowly began to clean up after the meal. "Ah, now, my little sugar cream," Marshall cried, "you and your sister have left Miss Doris to clean up the meal. It's unacceptable." Marshall reached over and clasped her hand as though to stop her from lifting the chili pot back into the basket. As they touched, something akin to an electric spark went up her arm. When he froze, Doris knew she'd not been the only one to feel it. His gaze met hers, and warmth spread through her. It reminded her of the night of the kidnapping attempt, and how he'd pulled her from a horse and then held her. Marshall always had a manner about him of strength and protectiveness. Now there was more. He dropped his gaze to her mouth, and her breath hitched. Doris had a most unladylike wish to reach up and touch his face, to pull him closer, to feel his lips on hers. When he leaned in, she did too, as though a string pulled her toward him. "Daddy!" They both startled and pulled back. He blinked before turning to help Florence, who was trying to push something back in the basket. Lydia struggled to wrap the bread. Doris's breathing was rapid, and her hand shook as she reached to help. How many times had Doris dreamed of kissing Marshall? But not like this, in view of anyone who might have been looking their way, including his daughters. He quickly put the leftovers in the basket and took the extra dishes to where they were being washed. One of the ladies said something to him which Doris couldn't hear. When he turned around, he was frowning. "Girls, it's time to get you home and to bed," Marshall said, reaching his hand out to his daughters. "But, Daddy, I wanted to stay for the dance."
Florence cried, her arms crossed. "This is not for a child to decide. It's time to leave." He gave Doris a crisp bow, but refused to meet her gaze. "Thank you for the dinner, Miss Lancaster." Without another word, he towed his reluctant daughters toward his surrey. Stung at his use of her surname, Doris watched them leave. He'd almost kissed her, but now he was sorry. Why? Was there something about her he found unacceptable? Her eyes stung, and she rubbed at the pain in her chest. It felt as though he'd taken her heart only to throw it to the ground and stomp on it. "Miss Doris, it appears your dinner partner has deserted you." Edgar Lowell's voice sounded sympathetic, rather than gloating as she'd have expected. Taking a deep breath, she turned to face him. He wore a concerned expression. The sincere kindness in his gaze acted as a balm on her tender feelings and did much to ease her previous reticence. "Why, yes, he has. Have you eaten?" "Yes, I have. The married ladies provided for those of us who failed to purchase a basket. They're starting up the music. Might I have the first dance?" He extended his arm. Still stinging from Marshall's rejection, Doris took it and said, "Yes, you may." Chapter 10. Doris couldn't help but smile as she entered the kitchen the next morning. After longing after Marshall for so many months, Edgar's attentions had done much to soothe her wounded heart. Her worries he'd be one of those men whose conversation was made up only of flattery and flirting had been misplaced. They'd danced 2 dances and then sat to talk, and she'd discovered he behaved differently when not around his cousin. Edgar had a self-deprecating manner, which had helped to put her fears to rest. "Well," Mrs. McDaniel said as she flipped a pancake on the griddle, "someone's looking pleased with herself this morning." Doris ducked her head. Glad Luke and her sisters hadn't come down for breakfast yet. "That Mr. Lowell seemed smitten with you." Mrs. McDaniel turned around and crossed her arms. "I hope you won't let his sweet talk take you in." Doris sighed. He couldn't be truly interested in her. But hadn't her sisters told her she was a good catch, and not just for the fortune she would eventually inherit? Yet Marshall had made it clear he didn't want her. Who was she to believe? "Is there something I can do to help?" she asked, stepping to the dish cupboard. "Should I set the table?" Mrs. McDaniel put out a staying hand. "I thought you liked Mr. Breckinridge." Doris closed her eyes, remembering the cold, enclosed expression when he'd not quite looked at her as he'd bid her good night. Her throat tightened, and she found it hard to speak. She pinched her lips to keep them from trembling. "He bid so much money for your dinner. It has to mean he's interested in you." Mrs. McDaniel peered at Doris. "Did something happen during the meal?" How could she explain the moment when they'd both leaned closer? More than one man had tried to kiss her. Doris knew what such an expression looked like. There'd only been one other man she'd allowed such intimacy, and it had made her feel like she did when she'd kissed her father's cheek. She had no doubt she wouldn't feel that way were it to be Marshall. But he'd made his thoughts quite clear. "He doesn't want me," she whispered, blinking against the stinging in her eyes. "How can you know that?" Mrs. McDaniel asked. "Because he walked away." "When he did, I wondered if you'd had a disagreement," the housekeeper said, her expression full of concern. Meeting the woman's worried gaze, Doris wondered what her own mother would advise her. Maybe Mrs. McDaniel could help. "I think he was going to kiss me." "I knew it," Mrs. McDaniel crowed. Still grinning, she turned back to the griddle and removed the pancakes, saying, "That man has been alone too long, and you're just the girl for him." But when Florence interrupted, he gathered his daughters, and they left with barely a word in farewell. Doris held her arms to her stomach, trying to calm the sick feeling there. "He did everything he could to outbid Mr. Lowell, though," Mrs. McDaniel said, putting the platter of pancakes into a warming dish. "It was a very public declaration, even if he didn't mean to send one right now." "He's so confusing." Doris opened the dish cupboard. "I've seen the way he looks at you, girl. You surely have his interest, but you need to make him act on it." Like when he'd almost kissed her and then left? Mrs. McDaniel took a stack of plates. "Bring the glasses." They set the table in silence, neither of them speaking, until they'd returned to the kitchen. "You need to make him jealous," the housekeeper said. "You saw what he was willing to pay to keep someone else from eating supper with you." "But then he left me to dance the night away with the man he'd outbid." Doris took the folded napkins into the dining room. She had no wish to toy with Edgar's affections by pretending to be interested in him if she weren't, though she had no doubt he'd flirted with any number of women over the years. That he should wish to fix his interest with her seemed unlikely. However, he'd been attentive, more than she'd expected. She would have to think about it. Marshall stared at his reflection as he dressed for church. How was he going to face Doris again? He couldn't believe he'd almost kissed her. There was absolutely no doubt in his mind, if Florence hadn't asked for his help when she had, he'd have done it. He cringed internally at what she must think of him. Were someone to claim he'd been trifling with a woman's affections, he doubted he could deny it. He'd seen the look in her eyes. The memory of the tender expression on her beautiful face made his entire body flush. Why couldn't she be 5 years older and have a more forceful disposition? Perhaps if he waited a few years. No, in 5 years she'd be older, but so would he. When he'd been her age, she'd been a girl of 9, only 3 years older than his daughter. He rubbed his face. As much as he'd tried to be different, there was too much of his father in him. The more Marshall came to care for the tender-hearted and meek Doris Lancaster, the more he knew she was off-limits to him. Marshall was the last one to arrive at the breakfast table where the others had already gathered. "Good morning. I'm sorry I'm late." His daughters jumped up to give him a hug, but Judith scowled at him. What was she sour about this morning? He hadn't paid attention at the auction to see if someone had purchased her basket. Come to think of it, he couldn't remember if she'd submitted one for the auction. She must have, because his sister never did anything halfway, and she was dedicated to the Ladies' Improvement Society. Edgar sat with his typical smug manner. He waited until Marshall had taken his seat and blessed the food before saying anything. "You left rather precipitously last night." "I had to get the girls home." Marshall didn't look at his cousin, but offered a soda biscuit to Lydia. "Everyone was wondering if there was something wrong with the food in the basket. It didn't speak well to Miss Doris's cooking." Edgar gave Marshall a flat look. "But have no fear, because I was there." Marshall paused in offering a biscuit to Florence and looked at his cousin. "What do you mean?" "I danced with the lovely Miss Doris and tasted some of the leftovers. She's a wonderful cook, and I made sure to mention it to everyone we spoke with. One must not forget the ladies take great pride in those kinds of things. I offered to take her on a buggy ride after church today, and she invited me to join the family for Sunday dinner." Edgar grinned. "I'm sorry the rest of you won't be able to attend, but the invitation was only to me." It took every ounce of inner strength Marshall had to maintain a poker face. What must she think of him? He'd given every sign he was interested in her, and Doris would have had to be blind not to know he'd wanted to kiss her. When he'd bid on her basket dinner, all he'd wanted to do was keep her from being preyed upon. Instead, Marshall had played right into his cousin's hands. Was it time to have a talk with Hamblin to warn him Edgar was nothing more than a flirt? No. Marshall remembered too well how protective the Lucky L owner had been when Deputy Charles Merrick had wanted to court Maud. The man had mentioned Hamblin giving him the 3rd degree. Edgar might find his welcome a little colder than he was expecting. "You're in for a great meal," Marshall said with his own smug grin. "As I'm sure you're already aware, Mrs. McDaniel is a notable cook. Until I found Mrs. Hauser, I used to try to steal the woman away from Hamblin. Now, girls, be sure to drink your milk."
Chapter 11. Doris held back as the rest of her family entered the church. The Breckinridge surrey was with the others, so the family had already arrived. At the thought of facing Marshall again and seeing the rejection in his eyes, her stomach knotted. She'd finished the miniatures, and they'd be dry enough soon to put in the lockets. Once they were ready, she wouldn't have to go to the Circle B ranch to return them. Judith could take them to her brother.
"Miss Doris, were you waiting for me?"
Edgar Lowell asked from behind her.
"If I'd known, I'd have quickened my horse's pace."
He offered her his arm.
Luke had already been upset about the time she'd spent with Edgar the night before. During the ride to the church, she'd told her brother she'd invited Edgar to dine with them. Luke had turned tight-lipped. What was she to do? Marshall. She really must begin thinking of him as Mr. Breckinridge again. Had made it quite clear he wasn't interested in her. It was time to give up her foolish daydreams. Edgar was a pleasant man who appeared to enjoy her company. Merely having him as a gentleman caller didn't mean he had any desire to fix his attentions with her. And why shouldn't she enjoy light flirting and pleasing comments from a man? Doris took his arm and walked into the church with him. She wondered if he might wish to sit alone with her, which would be awkward and give the wrong impression to everyone, including her brother. Edgar, however, walked her to her family's bench and sat beside her. For a second, Marshall, Mr. Breckinridge, had glared at them before schooling his features and facing forward. Both Florence and Lydia waved to her. Doris wished she could have sat with them. When the meeting ended, they rose to depart. Edgar leaned over and whispered, "Might I drive you home?" "No, you may not," Luke said, putting a hand on her shoulder. "I will need to have a talk with you before dinner, Lowell. Don't speak with my sister again until we do." Edgar had a twinkle in his eye as he bowed to her, almost as though he'd anticipated just such a response from her brother. He turned and strode from the church. Marshall, Mr. Breckinridge, frowned at Luke, and something seemed to pass between the two men which Doris didn't understand. As they walked to the surrey, Luke and Charles moved ahead. Maud held back. Her husband must be talking man things with their brother. "You'd think he was her brother instead of Luke," Maud said, watching as Frances and Nick talked. "No, I think it's more than that," Doris said. "What do you mean?" Maud peered at the two as they got into the buggy the young Texan had purchased the previous month. "It's not so much that Frances looks at Nick like a brother. I think it's more he's a friend, a chum. She's never met anyone before who truly understands her. Nick does." "Do you think it's more than friendship?" Maud asked. "There would be worse things than marrying a friend, but I'd be surprised if Frances has even considered it." Doris had once thought she and Mr. Breckinridge had been friends. She'd never been as comfortable talking to a man as she'd been with him, but she'd been wrong. Maud slid her arm through Doris's and asked, "What about you and Mr. Breckinridge? I thought when he paid so much money for your basket last night, you must have told him which one was yours. But then he left with his girls, and you spent the rest of the evening in Mr. Lowell's company." "Mr. Breckinridge is a confusing man." Doris chose her words carefully. I believe he did a service to the Ladies' Improvement Society for his sister, but I also think he did it to thwart his cousin. On the occasions I've seen the two men interact, I've found they enjoy taking jibes at each other. They're quite competitive. Mr. Breckinridge would have paid such an amount for any basket Edgar bid on. It's Edgar now, is it? They'd reached the surrey. Maud stopped and turned to face Doris, saying, "What if he asks Luke to court you?" "I find that highly unlikely. He'll be no different than any of Luke's guests. Edgar will make pleasant company while he's here, and then he'll leave." "Charles intended to leave, and yet he's still here." Maud smiled sagely and joined her husband at their buggy. Doris sighed. While she hadn't been sure she'd like the Wild West, she did. Wyoming had a rugged beauty that appealed to her heart and had her wanting to capture it in oil. She enjoyed teaching and had come to love her students. Her sister might be right, but there was no rush. As Frances was so fond of saying, it was a new century. There was no reason a woman need be considered an old maid at 19. Doris had a good life here and a means to support herself. Perhaps she should be more like her younger sister, who liked to state, rather emphatically, she didn't need a man. Marshall Breckinridge had wanted to kiss Doris. She knew it with every fiber of her being. But she was not so ignorant of the world that she didn't know a man could want kisses, and more, from a woman, without wishing to spend his life with her. If his feelings for her were so frivolous, it was just as well she was free of him. Once the lockets were ready, she'd give them to Judith when she collected the girls. If her brother found Doris so distasteful, she need not speak to him again. "You're an idiot," Judith said, marching into Marshall's office. He glanced up from his ledgers, blinking to focus on her irate face. "What have I done now?" he asked, weary. His sister thrust a small fabric bag onto his desk. "The miniatures are finished and mounted in the lockets. The girls will love them, and you'll never have to speak to Doris Lancaster again." Judith turned to leave, but paused at the door, glancing back. "And you're a fool if you let her go." She left without another word. Leaning back in his chair, Marshall stared at the bag. For a week he'd kept silent while Edgar made a great show of escorting Doris around, including to a musical evening at the school. The fool man had even started wondering aloud if he ought not stay in Lilac City, saying he'd studied law and might make use of his degree there. He was doing it to irk Marshall, no doubt. He didn't need Judith to take jabs at him, too. Wasn't it enough after all these years he'd finally come to love a woman again, and she was one he refused to pursue? Lifting the pouch, he felt the round shapes inside, the finished lockets. Doris must have sent them back with his sister rather than face him. His gut twisted at the thought. He couldn't blame her, not after he'd gone out of his way to avoid her since the night of the auction, just as he'd done after finding her and her sisters the night of the kidnapping. Truly, what must she think of his behavior? Even as nothing more than a fellow resident of Lilac City or the teacher of his children, he should treat her with common courtesy. Certainly not almost kiss her before a crowd of people. He groaned. Marshall had done so many things wrong the evening of the auction. The first allowing himself to be pulled into a bidding war with Edgar for the dratted dinner basket. It still irked that Hamblin had been party to it. The very public declaration, followed by an abrupt cut, was just the kind of thing Marshall's father would have done. Marshall's chest tightened at the proof he wasn't the man for a gentle, soft-spoken woman like Doris. In trying to protect her, he'd managed to do just what he'd wanted to avoid. Taking his time, he untied the drawstring on the bag and removed the 2 lockets. They'd look oversized on Florence and Lydia now, but it wouldn't be long before the girls would be old enough the jewelry would fit perfectly. He studied the picture of a rose engraved on the locket. Even without the miniature paintings inside, they were elegant. Agnes had chosen the design, and Marshall had presented the first one to her after Florence's birth. He'd ordered the second one after Lydia had been born. By the time the locket had arrived, his wife had been gone. He hadn't been able to look at them in years. Only the desire to give his girls something from their mother had given him the strength to face the old pain. Just as Doris had helped him find the strength to go through the trunk with the girls. He mustn't think of that. Marshall popped one open a crack, but hesitated. How difficult was it going to be to look at a likeness of his first love, which had been painted by his second? A peacefulness washed over him, filling him with a sense that all would be well. He pulled open the drawer and retrieved a magnifying glass. With the locket spread open, he examined it. The detail in the tiny picture caused a fluttery feeling in his stomach. Doris must have an incredible amount of intuition to have captured what each of the girls had needed while listening to him talk to them about Agnes. As he studied the tiny painting of her reading a book to Florence, he wished it were larger, a full-sized painting. If he were on good terms with Doris, he'd commission one without a second thought. Marshall opened the second locket, and the picture twisted his gut. It had Lydia looking up at the portrait of her mother. How had Doris managed to get such detail in a tiny space? Did her brushes have a single strand? It truly was a magnificent work of art. He leaned back in his chair, staring off into the distance. Maybe it would be better for Doris to be married to someone like Edgar. She could go back east where the right people could see her work. The earlier peacefulness fled. Even if his cousin had reformed, he was a gambler. He ran in fast circles. What would kind, soft-hearted, timid Doris Lancaster do when thrust into a world of catty women and flirtatious men looking to compromise her? It would destroy her. Marshall rubbed his face. What was he going to do? Chapter 12. "I've been saving these to show you, my blueberry muffins," Marshall said when he and his daughters had gathered in the parlor after Sunday dinner. Since his guests were either chatting on the wide porch or napping, and Edgar would be driving with Doris, Marshall had decided it would be a good time for a distraction. What he hadn't expected was for Judith to sit next to him on the couch. She patted the cushion beside her for Lydia. His daughter climbed up and looked at him expectantly as Florence took a position beside him. "I wonder if perhaps we won't have enough light in here," he said, starting to rise. Judith took hold of his forearm. "Why don't you show them the pictures and then decide?" "Yes, Daddy," Lydia cried. "I want to see my painting." Marshall heaved out a breath and pulled Florence's locket from his pocket. It'd been partly cloudy most of the day, but as soon as he popped the latch and the necklace sprung open, the sun broke through and shined on the miniature painting. His eldest daughter sighed, while Lydia scrambled across her aunt to see better. She extended her finger as though she meant to touch the picture, but Florence held up a hand. "Why don't you both sit on your father's lap and look at it together?" Judith asked, her voice soft. The girls didn't hesitate to do as she suggested. With his two little daughters sitting there, a host of memories made a knot form in Marshall's throat. Until Florence had gotten old enough to begin school, he'd always read to them like this. He couldn't remember why he stopped. "It's so beautiful," Lydia said. "May I see mine?" Judith reached over and pulled the other chain from his pocket. He said nothing as she released the latch and revealed the beautiful picture. He glanced at her, surprised to see shiny tears in her eyes. "Miss Doris is very talented," she said. "We're fortunate to have her here.
I've made a suggestion to the Ladies' Improvement Society that we should have an art gallery. I've heard of the pictures by people like C.M. Russell in Montana, and I've seen some of the work of Frederick Remington. Did you know Luke Hamlin's foreman also draws? Tom McDaniel? Marshall asked in surprise. One and the same. I dropped by earlier this week to chat with Martha about the society, and she invited me in for a cup of tea. Judith smiled. You know, I have an eye for excellent art, and her house is full of it, all done by her husband. She told me several of their hands like to sketch. Daddy, can I wear this? Lydia asked, trying to get the chain to latch behind her neck. I'm afraid you're a little young for that yet, he said. What I thought would work best would be to let you wear it on Sundays here at the house. I don't think any of us want to risk losing them. All right. She shifted on his lap so he could latch it and then slid off. Florence did the same, and the two girls danced around the room. Marshall turned to look at his sister. Are you thinking to have Miss Lancaster contribute some works to your art gallery? He asked. At this moment, I think her work could be a huge draw. Judith rose from the couch. It would also keep her here in Lilac City. Judy, I can't. You're a better man than our father. But she's seeing Edgar. His sister shot him a flat look. I don't know what he's up to, but I wouldn't trust her tender heart to his care. I would, however, trust it to yours. Judith glided from the room. Numbly, Marshall watched his daughters dance around the room with their lockets. Could he keep himself from playing the tyrant with Doris? His heart leapt at the possibility, but then doubt assailed him. Would it be enough he didn't want to be like his father? What if he failed? She'd be trapped in a miserable marriage, just like his mother had been. What kind of man would Marshall be to risk the heart of a woman he loved for his own selfish wishes? He stood with a groan. Glancing out the window, he stared at the beautiful day. He needed to go for a ride to clear his head. You don't look particularly happy to be going on a drive, Frances said, leaning against the door to Doris's room. I'm just tired. She slid a hat pin in place. Edgar had a tendency to run his horse fast, making a Sunday drive with him anything but leisurely. You don't have to go if you don't want to, Frances straightened. I don't like him. Only because he doesn't approve of you. Doris turned to face her younger sister. As if I cared about that. Frances straightened, looking sure of herself. Wyoming and Luke's confidence had been good for her. I don't think he's good for you. I like Marshall better. Doris's face went warm, but she refused to look away. It doesn't matter. He's not interested in me, not in that way. Well, I disagree. I was talking with Charles about it at church. Please tell me you weren't discussing me and Mr. Breckinridge with him. Doris put her hands to her cheeks, wishing the chill in her fingers would cool her face. He's family now, and he knows people. He agrees with me. Maud, too. Frances crossed her arms and pinned Doris with a hard gaze, saying, We all think he's sweet on you, and we know you've been sweet on him since the first time you laid eyes on the man. A powerful sense of loss struck Doris, and she struggled to fight back tears. For some reason, it made her recall a conversation Sheriff Vosburgh had had with his sister about women liking to be thwarted in love. What utter nonsense. Thwarted in love, indeed. It was a painful, ugly thing. She hated ugliness. There was so much beauty to see around them and in people. Why was it so easy for people to see only the base in humanity rather than the more noble parts of people? They were both there. I'm sorry if I hurt you. Frances clasped Doris's shoulders. I firmly believe you have to go after what you want.
Why is it only the man who can do that? It's a new century." Doris sniffed and chuckled. "And why should women be held back?" "Exactly." Frances raised her hands and faced toward heaven and said, "Thank you, dear Lord, for putting some sense into this girl at last." "I have no wish to be seen as a fast woman." Doris stepped back. "Did you just hear what you said?" Frances said with a frown. "Of course I did. I said it." "Is it better to be seen as a properly sedate lady?" Frances said the word with a sneer. "But be alone and miserable? Or be seen as a fast woman in Marshall Breckinridge's arms?" Doris burst into tears. "Don't you understand? He doesn't want me. He made it perfectly clear." She pulled out her handkerchief and wiped at her eyes. "No, I don't think he made that clear at all. Charles was the one who mentioned how often Marshall watches you. It was even before the auction. I don't think anyone had any doubt he knew the basket was yours, and he was bound and determined it wouldn't be Edgar Lowell who shared the meal with you." "But then Marshall left me to spend the rest of the evening with him, and hasn't minded Edgar taking me for a ride every day this past week." Doris blew her nose. "Be that as it may, I was in town yesterday when you and Edgar Lowell drove by the dry goods store. Marshall was there, and I watched him especially." Frances' voice had taken on a conspiratorial tone. To quote Iago, "Beware, my lord, of jealousy. It is the green-eyed monster which doth mock the meat it feeds on." Doris's heart swelled to hear her sister quote the bard again. The one thing their father had loved besides their mother was William Shakespeare. After father had pulled away from her, Frances had taken to memorizing whole sections of the plays. She'd known it was the one thing he'd stay to listen to. She'd stopped upon his death. "You think Mr. Breckinridge is jealous of Mr. Lowell?" "Think? Dear sister, I'm sure of it." For the first time since the dreadful auction night, Doris felt a twinge of hope. Her pulse quickened and she clutched the handkerchief to her chest. "But if you're correct, why would he take such pains to avoid me?" "And that, my dear sister, is the question you should ask yourself." Frances grinned, looking exceptionally full of herself, and left the room. Doris's mind spun as she watched her sister depart. Did she dare press the issue with Marshall? Outside came the sound of a buggy, followed by Edgar's too cheerful voice. She knew in her heart it would be the last time she went anywhere with him. She took a deep breath and went down the stairs. "Ah, Miss Doris, as beautiful as ever." Edgar stepped forward and took her hand. He kissed it and glanced up to meet her gaze. He must have seen something there, because a crease appeared between his brows. "Are you not well?" Before she could answer, Frances strode into the room. "She's not sick, if that's what you mean." She shot Doris a meaningful glance, which caused his eyes to narrow. "Now, Miss Frances, I do wish I knew what I've done to offend you." He looked about to reach for her hand, but she shot him a warning glare, and he stopped. "I don't think you do want to know." She spun and left the room. "I do not understand that woman," Edgar said, his voice soft. "She's just brutally honest about her thoughts and feelings," Doris said. "Don't take it personally, because she treats everyone the same way." "And you said she attended the same finishing school you did?" He offered his arm, and Doris took it. "Frances was terrible at all of it. Here at the ranch is where I think my sister has finally found her best chance at happiness." "Now that I can believe." Edgar opened the door to find Luke reaching for the knob. "We were just leaving," Doris said. Her brother gave a soft grunt with the same look of warning he did every time Edgar took her anywhere.
She'd actually been a little surprised when Luke had granted permission for her to go on rides with Marshall's cousin. Luke pulled out his pocket watch and checked the time. 1 hour, Lowell. 1 minute longer, and I'll come looking for you. He closed it with a snap. Junior said he'd go along today. Must he come? Doris didn't want to have an ending conversation with Edgar under the watchful eye of a chaperone. Is there any reason you might not want him there? Her brother looked suddenly dangerous. Doris released Edgar and stepped up to her brother. She had to stand on her tiptoes to whisper in his ear. Ask Frances what she and I spoke of earlier. She stepped back and added, I'll tell Junior he's not needed today. Come, Edgar. She swept from the room, and he had to hurry to catch up with her. He helped her into the buggy and spread a light blanket over her skirt before taking the reins. As they drove away, he grinned. You, my dear, are full of surprises. He shot her an approving glance. I never dreamed you could be so commanding. Being a teacher is forcing me to become so, Doris said with a soft laugh. I'm afraid my father would have been quite shocked by my behavior. You are a delight. Edgar reached to take her hand. When she moved it out of his reach, he frowned and asked, What's troubling you today? Doris sighed. She might as well get it over with. I don't want to presume, but back in Indianapolis, your recent attentions would be a declaration of your intent to court me. And your acceptance of my attentions would be a declaration you would welcome it. Which is why today will be the last time I go driving with you. Doris curled her hands into fists. He darted a quick glance at her. But why? I have enjoyed our rides, but Judith has told me you're only interested in me as a way to pass the time while you're here. And Doris's heart already belonged to someone else. It's different this time. He said the words with the proper amount of feeling, but there was something in the way he didn't quite meet her gaze which gave Doris pause. Are you saying you've developed feelings for me? She asked slowly. Yes, Edgar glanced at her but looked away again, his neck turning red. His behavior didn't match his words. Had he been about to lie to her? A man with his reputation as a flirt wouldn't find it difficult to speak to a lady. He was making Doris uncomfortable. She'd said her piece. It was time to return home. She was about to demand he turn around when she wondered if Edgar might have some ulterior motive. The only person she knew who had designs on her was Uncle William. A chill ran down her spine. Our uncle does a lot of business in New York, Doris said, speaking slowly. Have you ever met him, William Lancaster? When Edgar said nothing but stared straight ahead, a dark dread washed over her. Surely he couldn't think to steal her from her family. They knew she was out with him. If something happened to her, Luke would follow. Marshall would tell her brother where to find his cousin. But would it matter if she'd already been handed over to her uncle? She had to get away. Take me home this instant. Doris clenched her fists. What if he refused? Miss Doris, please, let me explain. Memories of that terrible night came flooding back. She would not be taken away, hauled away like so much baggage. Pushing the blanket from her lap, she scanned the road. If necessary, she would jump. Please, don't do anything foolish. Edgar reached across with a restraining hand. Me? Foolish? When you're prepared to kidnap me? Now you're being foolish, he snapped. I'm a Lowell. I'd never stoop to kidnapping anyone. No, you'd lure me away from my family by pretending to care for me. You, sir, are no gentleman. Doris wiped the tears of anger on her cheeks. It's not like that, Edgar groaned. Or
It's not now.
Then you admit it. Doris shifted in the seat to face him, her body now shaking with rage. You've sold your soul to the devil if you let my uncle hire you to bring me to him.
Blackmailed is more like it, he said with disgust. You have to calm down. I was going to explain to you today anyway. I got involved with some people in New York who were into gaming. I'm quite good at cards and can usually win a fair amount. And I did. But from the wrong people. They decided I had to be cheating. To get even, they set up a situation with a girl which made it look as though I'd compromised her. A girl! Edgar looked furious now, too, and Doris found herself calming. Could he also be a victim?
Where does Uncle William come into it?
It seems he's an acquaintance of this Italian family and offered to pay them back with interest if I did a little favor for him.
Did he expect you to woo all three of us? She asked, allowing her contempt to show in her voice.
He only needs one of you. That was a wise move, by the way. I was with him when he got word Maud was married. He was livid.
Edgar gave a dark chuckle, but then noticed she was watching him.
Sorry, I confess I came here intending to woo you to come with me back to New York and hand you over to your uncle.
What if she'd truly come to care for Edgar? Could he have beguiled her to go with him? Only if he'd offered marriage. What a liar. Heat pulsed through Doris's body. Take me home, she said through gritted teeth, struggling to keep from saying something worthy of Francis's temper.
Not yet, he growled.
Well, she refused to sit quietly by and let this man steal her back to Uncle William. Everything seemed to happen at once. She rose, meaning to jump from the buggy. Then a rabbit darted across the road. The horse started and jumped forward. She flew back with a scream and hit the handrail. It sent a jarring pain up her hip. Holding on, he pulled her toward the center of the bench seat.
"Hold on," he cried. "I lost the reins."
The horse seemed to sense he wasn't being controlled and panicked, running faster. It seemed the buggy was hitting every rock in the road. Doris clung to Edgar and the side rail to keep from being thrown from the seat.
"Whoa there,"
a familiar voice called. As Marshall's horse galloped next to Edgar's, Doris's heart leapt. If he grasped the reins while the animal made its mad dash, it could tear Marshall from his saddle. He stretched but couldn't reach the reins. Urging his horse faster, he got in front of it. Edgar's horse tried to veer to the right. When faced with a thick hedge, he finally slowed. Marshall grasped the animal's bridle and pulled him to a stop.
"Are you all right?"
Edgar asked Doris. When she nodded, he jumped from the buggy.
"How in heaven's name did you manage to lose your reins?"
Marshall cried as he stormed to her side of the carriage, glaring at his cousin, who was reaching to retrieve them.
"I thought you were an experienced driver, or I'd have never trusted you with Doris."
He extended a hand to help her from the buggy. Instead of taking it, Doris threw herself into his arms. Marshall had come to her rescue again. He didn't hesitate to pull her close, murmuring words of comfort. Still shaking from Edgar's revelation and then the wild ride, she pulled back and looked up at Marshall. His brilliant blue eyes watched her in concern. With Francis's words echoing in her mind, Doris put her hands to his cheeks. His breath caught, and when she saw longing in his eyes, she felt a thrill of exhilaration. Rising to her tiptoes, she pulled his face closer and pressed her lips to his. It was like something exploded in her, and him. Marshall's arms wrapped around her again, pulling her closer as he deepened the kiss. Doris felt cherished and protected in his strong arms. He might have tried to pretend he didn't care for her, but she knew now. Marshall's fervor slowed, and he finally ended the kiss, breathing heavily. He rested his forehead against hers.
"You'll be the death of me, Doris Lancaster."
No, I will be the life of you. She rested her head against his chest. There was no way he could kiss her like he had, and not offer for her.
Are you two quite finished?
Edgar asked dryly. A different warmth washed through her, and Doris turned to face him. When Marshall tried to pull his arms from around her, she clasped them firmly and held them against her waist.
Doris,
he growled. No, I've laid my claim and you've accepted it. She slid her hand over his and laced their fingers. And your cousin witnessed it. Didn't you, Edgar?
She has you there, cousin. In spite of all my efforts, the lady has chosen you.
Edgar's expression had turned sad.
It's my loss. I truly am sorry, Doris.
Marshall stiffened.
What are you sorry about?
Let's get back to the Lucky L, she said. The three of us must speak with my brother.
Doris, I'm not...
Marshall began. She spun around and pointed a finger so close to his face his eyes crossed for a second. Do you love me? His mouth worked, but he couldn't seem to settle on what to say. Marshall finally nodded. Just as I thought, she said with an incredible sense of satisfaction. And after kissing me like that, is it your intention to do the honorable thing and marry me? Marshall swallowed, looking unsure. Doris's heart sank and she dropped her hand. Did he think she'd trapped him?
I'm so much older than you.
He rubbed the back of his neck, his indecisiveness giving her hope. I don't understand, she said, confused. Aren't you the same age as my brother?
Well, yes. But I've been afraid you'd let me ride roughshod on you. I tend to
think a little too highly of your opinion. She crossed her arms, doing her best to sound like Frances. You wouldn't be the first man in my life who's assumed he knew more than I. While I dearly loved my father, I used to believe he knew best. Look at the situation he's left us in. I can be more like Frances if you insist.
Oh, please, not Frances.
Marshall scowled at his cousin, who'd sniggered. Edgar raised his hand offensively.
It's you I love, Doris,
Marshall said. And it's you I love. Her heart swelled and she threw her arms around his neck again. Surely, if our desire is to make each other happy, neither of us will ride roughshod on the other. Marshall held her out from him, his eyes twinkling.
You did just now, didn't you?
He glanced at his cousin.
Were you part of this?
Edgar shot him a disbelieving look.
Not in the way you think. Now, I believe I will take your horse back and leave the two of you alone. You will absolutely not leave the two of us alone until we're married, which will be very soon.
Marshall blinked, but then the corner of his mouth quirked up, making her heart sore.
He said, If that's all right with you.
The sooner the better. Remembering what Edgar had disclosed to her, Doris faced him. I need you to take Marshall's horse to my brother's house. You're in a difficult situation, and we need to find a solution for it.
What's this?
Marshall asked, glaring at his cousin.
What trouble have you gotten yourself into?
I'll explain it to you on the ride to my brother's. Now help me into the buggy. She used her firm schoolmarm voice.
Methinks I've been misled about your character,
Marshall said, accepting the reins Edgar was offering him. Oh, no, you've not. I have a stellar character. At least until a handsome man rescues me from a runaway buggy and makes me quite forget myself. But if you took me for a doormat, then you've been mistaken. Doris gave a soft laugh. Though, to be honest, had we met in Indianapolis, I fear I would have fit such a description. I'm not sure my father would recognize me were he to see me now.
Well, I personally am glad. I need a woman who is strong enough to challenge me."
With his hands on her waist, he lifted her onto the buggy. "I think I will quite like being an engaged woman." She bent over and pressed her lips to his.
"I will like it even better when you're my wife."
He gave her a quick kiss and turned to face his cousin.
"To the lucky L."
With a resigned nod, Edgar mounted the horse. Chapter 13. On the ride back to her brother's house, Doris explained everything Edgar had told her.
"That sly dog,"
Marshall exclaimed, looking very much like he wanted to hit something.
"I've wondered why he kept hanging around. After all the years I've been in Lilac City, he never once made an effort to visit. I'd like to thrash him."
I felt the same way at first, too. Doris shifted in the seat against the pain in her hip where she'd fallen.
"I hear a but in there. What are you thinking?"
From the way he spoke, I believe he's had a change of heart.
"Judith said you have a tender heart, and I believe she's right. You want to believe the best in people."
He brought her hand up to his lips.
"But I'm afraid Edgar may not be a good person to trust."
"And I believe repentance is a good thing." Doris took back her hand and folded her arms. "Yes, I was furious with him, but I also saw his face. I believe his regret is sincere. He deserves another chance." Marshall glanced at her, his lips pinched and his expression disapproving. Finally, he shrugged.
"All right. If you're willing to take the risk, I'll support you in it."
"I hoped you would." Doris slid her arm through his, that incredible sense of satisfaction returning this time because she had the right to do so. He was hers. "Do you think Florence and Lydia will be upset about you marrying me?"
"They'll be over the moon. Both of them have already been pestering me about it."
"Have they truly?" Her voice broke, surprising her at the sudden flood of emotion. What if she disappointed those sweet little girls?
"I'll never lie to you, Doris."
Sniffing, she gave his arm a soft slap. "Except when you wish me to believe you don't care for me."
"And you saw what a dismal failure I was at that."
Marshall nodded toward her brother's house where Luke, Maud, and Charles were standing on the front porch. As soon as Luke saw it was Edgar on the horse and Marshall in the buggy, his smile turned to a scowl.
"This might be interesting to explain,"
Marshall said. "Let us first distract him with Edgar's tale." She released his arm. "Wait to ask him for my hand until after."
"Yes, dear."
Marshall said it so blandly, Doris laughed, until she tried to stand. A sharp pain ran down her leg and she cried out.
"Doris, what is it?"
he asked, easing her back into the buggy seat. "I hit the rail when the horse bolted." She wished there weren't so many people now gathered around the buggy. If she could only massage her hips, she thought she'd be able to stand. "Will you men please step aside?" Maud pushed her way past them. "You too, Mr. Breckinridge."
"I'd like to know why you're driving my sister,"
Luke said as Marshall stepped down. "My lands, will you all stop it?" Doris said. "The horse bolted and I bumped the rail, nothing else."
"Why didn't you say you were hurt?"
Marshall asked, turning back to face her. "I was a little distracted." Her cheeks went hot, and Edgar guffawed. Until Luke spun on him.
"I told you to keep my sister safe."
Doris forced herself to stand again, ignoring the jab of pain, and said in her best schoolmarm voice, "Inside, everyone, now."
"Nicely done," her brother-in-law said with a grin.
"Charles, you and Maud need to stay. Edgar has some important news about Uncle William." Doris's words had the desired effect. While everyone turned to the poor man, pelting him with questions, Marshall stepped around the carriage and lifted her to the ground. She took his arm.
"Are you all right?"
he asked, concerned. "I'm sure it's only a bruise. I think it hurts because I sat for so long after I hit the rail." Doris had to resist rubbing her hip. "I'll be fine."
"I had no idea you could be so bossy," Marshall said with a grin. "I'd not have waited so long if I'd known."
"Francis is always saying it's a new century and women shouldn't be held back. I can see I should have taken action sooner."
"Indeed. I look forward to when you can take action again."
He squeezed her hand, and they joined the others.
Marshall said, "Where do you want us to talk about this, Hamblin? You'll need to see Frances is invited since this involves her, too."
"The parlor, I suppose." He glanced at the way Marshall had covered Doris's hand with his. Luke didn't say anything, but stepped onto the porch where the others had moved.
"This way."
Maud held back and looked from Doris to Marshall, her brows raised in question. He shifted uncomfortably. Unable to keep from smiling, Doris nodded. "Welcome to the family," Maud said, patting him on the arm. She hurried after the others.
"How did she know?"
he asked as he carefully guided Doris up the steps to the house. "Because she and Frances have known for weeks how I feel about you. They've encouraged me to make my interest known."
"Well, if I remember correctly, you and Maud have similar ways of going about it."
"Oh, no," Doris gave a soft laugh. "She'll be absolutely mortified someone else saw it."
"I'm glad you showed me my mistake."
She was, too. Marshall opened the door, and they joined the others in the parlor. Marshall sat beside Doris on a small sofa and watched everyone as Edgar, red-faced, explained. Hamlin, of course, was livid at the man. Charles did his best to calm his brother-in-law. Both of the men glaring at Edgar would soon be Marshall's brothers-in-law. It was hard to believe that, when he'd left his house for a ride to clear his head, he'd return engaged. The ladies in his house would be excited. Thinking of Judith gave him pause. She'd been acting as his hostess. Would there be problems when Doris stepped into the responsibility as his wife? "But what are we going to do to protect Doris and Frances?" Mrs. McDaniel's question pulled Marshall from his reverie. Her concern was gratifying. Marshall thought it couldn't have been easy on the Lucky L housekeeper for her employer's 3 sisters to show up, any of them with the power to displace her. It spoke well of all 4 women. They'd gotten along so well. "You don't have to worry about me," Frances shouted to be heard over the others who'd all started talking at once. When they quieted, she added, "And it looks like Mr. Breckinridge has taken over caring for Doris." Marshall straightened, wishing Frances hadn't brought attention to them quite yet. He released Doris's hand and slowly rose.
"I'd hoped to be able to speak to her brother about this first, but Frances is correct. Doris has agreed to marry me." Luke shook his head. "You've got some nerve asking her to marry you when you haven't even asked to court her yet. And after I gave you such a great opportunity at the auction." Marshall stood his ground, putting on the placid expression he used to soothe irate employees and guests. He accepted the censure. "I agree it was unorthodox," Marshall said. "Let us just say my cousin's attentions forced me to speak sooner than I'd intended." Frances laughed. Did the young woman not realize she was making things worse? From the corner of his eye, he saw Doris make a curt gesture at her sister, who covered her mouth and tried to look penitent. "And what if I say no?" Hamblin asked, his tone challenging. When Doris struggled to rise, Marshall extended a hand to assist, and then laced his fingers with hers. "This is my choice, Luke," she said, her words soft but firm. "If you won't sign now, I'll wait until I'm 21, but I will marry Marshall." Pride for his soon-to-be bride washed over him. He said, "If you wish, I'll be patient until she's of age." He gave her hand a squeeze and continued, "But from what her uncle has shown himself willing to do, the sooner Doris is wed, the safer she'll be." "It's happened so fast." Hamblin put a gentle hand on his sister's cheek. "Are you sure?"
"He's the one who's had cold feet, not me."
"Thank you, my dear." Marshall cleared his throat and met her brother's gaze. "I admit I had reservations. Our ages and dispositions might not suit. She's assured me she can be like Frances and speak her mind. I love Doris and promise I'll do everything in my power to make her happy." "You better, or I'll have to make her a widow so she can choose someone else." Hamblin grinned, taking the edge off his words, and extended a hand. "I never thought to call you brother, but I can't think of a better man." "I can say the same thing," Marshall said, shaking it. "On both counts. I guess I should start calling you by your given name."
It seemed to be the signal for everyone to step forward and offer congratulations.
"When do you think to marry her?" Luke asked when Doris had been pulled away by her sisters. "As soon as possible for obvious reasons, though I'd have suggested it anyway." Marshall smiled at how everyone embraced her. "How do you think your daughters will take the news?" "They'll be as happy as if they had good sense." "I can't see you using that country expression in New York," Luke said with a grin. "No one would understand it." Luke's expression darkened. "Please tell me you're not marrying my sister to provide a mother to your daughters." "I can guarantee you this is a very selfish decision on my part," Marshall said. "Knowing my daughters also want this simply made the decision easier." He put his hand on her brother's shoulder. "Let me worry about Doris now." "It's not so simple." "I suppose it's not," Marshall said, thinking again of Judith. 10 years ago, after my mother died, I had to leave my sisters because their father didn't want me around. Then a few months ago, they showed up on my doorstep, and I had a family again." Luke heaved out a breath. "I've barely found them, and now I'm losing them again." "You're wrong there." Marshall clapped Luke on his shoulder. "You haven't lost them. They'll live close by." "True that." Luke shot him a rueful glance. "And I must say I much prefer Doris marry you than your cousin. I'd still like to wring his neck." "I completely understand the sentiment. I'd have preferred for Doris to have time to put together a trousseau, but knowing what lengths William Lancaster is willing to go through troubles me." Marshall rubbed his face. "Same here." Luke watched his sisters, frowning. "What kind of bargain has he made with these businessmen?" Marshall asked. "You might want to see what else you can do in court to safeguard the sisters' fortunes. Not that I care about it, but I know how important it was to my late wife to feel she was bringing something into the marriage. For her, it was her hope chest filled with items she'd been working on since she'd been a girl. I doubt the sisters were able to bring anything similar with them when they fled to you." "Good grief!" Luke rubbed the back of his neck. "I never thought of that. I didn't offer anything to Maud when she married Charles. Have I already failed as her guardian?" Marshall glanced over to where Maud was chatting with her sisters and Mrs. McDaniel. "She looks happy to me, and has plenty of lady friends to see to those things, so I wouldn't worry about it." "All right, I won't. I've already got enough on my hands at the moment anyway." Luke subtly caught Charles's attention and indicated he should join them. Edgar was sitting in a corner looking miserable. When he glanced their way, Marshall waved him over. "I was wondering when you'd get to me," Edgar said, joining them. His hangdog expression almost made Marshall feel sorry for him. "I won't pretend Luke here wouldn't like to lynch you, or I'm not ashamed to be related to you." Marshall kept his voice calm but firm. I welcomed you into my home and trusted to you the well-being of a young woman who's very special to me. And you betrayed us all." Edgar's complexion blanched, and he looked a little ill. Good. It gave Marshall hope the man's character wasn't completely lost. "I promise. I'd already decided I couldn't follow through with it," Edgar said, looking for the first time like the sincere young man he'd once been. "I'm glad to hear it," Charles said, his expression fierce. "We here in Lilac City don't take too kindly to folks trying to steal our womenfolk. You surely heard your uncle has already tried to kidnap them once." Edgar nodded, his expression glum. "I need to understand what you were thinking. When you told me about being accused of taking advantage of a young girl, you sounded disgusted." Marshall shook his head. "Yet you came here with the intent to trifle with the affections of an honorable young woman." "Her uncle didn't portray it to me in those terms," Edgar said, running a hand through his hair. Marshall glanced at the women. He kept his voice low, saying, "Family or not, I ought to kick you out and leave you to the tender mercies of those New York criminals." At Edgar's panicked expression, Marshall raised a hand. "Doris believes you can be redeemed." "Does she? Do you?" His cousin looked hopeful for the first time. "I do, though only the good Lord is the final judge of what's in a man's heart. But if Luke here is willing, I think we should give you a second chance. You used to have honor. I wonder if you'd like to find it again." "I would," Edgar said, his entire manner humble. "I'd already decided I couldn't go through with it, which is why I told Doris today. I realized there was more going on than they'd led me to believe. I'd like to help if you'll let me." Luke tilted his head. "Marshall, I leave it up to you to decide since you know him." "I'd like to think I do, but I believe we should leave this up to Doris." Edgar closed his eyes with a groan, which almost made Marshall give a dark laugh. He stepped over to where she stood with her sisters and asked if she'd join them. She gave one of her sweet nods with a gentle smile. His heart swelled with love for her. She was going to be his wife. His chest puffed a little as he extended his arm to her. Marshall quietly gave her a hurried explanation. "I am truly sorry, Miss Doris," Edgar said, looking very much like he wanted to drop to his knees. "I wronged you with ill intent, and I would like to make it up to you." She looked first at her brother and then Marshall before asking, "But what can he do to help?" "I think I know where he's going with this." Charles grinned and said to Edgar, "I assume you've been sending messages to her uncle." "I have. I had to." Doris edged closer to Marshall, and he put his arm around her shoulders. "What if he pretends to spy on Lancaster, but is working for us instead?" Charles pinned Edgar with a hard look. "And you would be working for us, right?" "Yes," Edgar cried, glancing at the others and lowering his voice. "I vow on everything I hold dear, including my family name, I will do all in my power to protect Miss Doris and her sisters from their uncle." "I'm glad to hear it." Marshall extended his hand, and his cousin gave it a firm shake. "The more I think about this," Charles said, his expression worried, "the more it feels like there's something else going on here." "Such as?" Luke asked with a frown. "I don't know, but twice now William Lancaster's gone to great effort to have the girls brought to him." Charles rubbed his jaw. "When I first heard he'd hired those Pinkerton agents to get them, I assumed it was because he was trying to get control of their fortunes. It's still a possibility." "You're right," Marshall said. "It begs the question of why. With attorneys and the courts involved, he must know his behavior will be scrutinized. Yet he's still persisted." "I'll talk to the sheriff about it," Charles said. "We'll all have to keep a closer watch on Frances." "She'll hate it." Doris rubbed her temples.
So much has happened today.
I hope you're not sorry, my dear, Marshall said, her hair tickling his mouth.
How could I be? She turned to face him, placing a hand on his cheek. I can only hope this complication won't make you regret your decision.
Never. Marshall leaned in to kiss her mouth, but at Luke's cough, moved to her cheek instead. Can you have the preparations ready to marry me next Saturday?
Doris took a deep breath, but nodded. Marshall took her hand and faced the others.
Folks, we have a wedding to plan.
Epilogue. Judith. Do you, Marshall Emerson Breckinridge, take Doris Lancaster to be your lawful wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better and for worse, for richer and for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do you part? Reverend Pierce asked.
I do.
Marshall's words were both firm and tender as he met Doris's gaze. Judith found her eyes stinging. Again. She'd worked so hard to remove herself from all the romance nonsense. When she'd joined her brother and left behind the nightmare that her life had become, she'd convinced herself there was no such thing as love. She should know. When Teddy had broken off their engagement without even a glance back, Judith had been forced to recognize that all illusions of love were a sham, just like her parents' marriage. And then Doris had stepped into Marshall's life. How was it her brother had managed to find love twice, and she not once? Life seemed so unfair. I do, Doris said, pulling Judith from her negative thoughts. The young woman said the two simple words with so much love, Judith had to wipe her eyes. Her handkerchief was a sodden mess. I now pronounce you husband and wife. Reverend Pierce smiled. You may kiss the bride. Judith raised her brows at the deviation to the declaration as Marshall gave Doris a tender kiss. Her sister must have won the argument with the minister. Frances had insisted Marshall was already a man and didn't need anyone to pronounce him one during the wedding ceremony. She'd declared he should be pronounced a husband to match Doris becoming a bride. The couple turned and hand in hand strolled to the back of the church. Both of their faces were alight with happiness. For the first time since Teddy had walked away, a little piece of the wall Judith had built around her heart broke off. She rose with the other guests, surprised to find her spirits lifted. Love might not be something she would ever find, but the world somehow seemed a brighter place, knowing it did exist.
It went well, I think,
Luke said from behind her.
I appreciate all the work you and the folks at the Circle B have put into it this week. Thank you.
Judith glanced up, suddenly aware of his height. He was probably a little taller than Marshall, and she'd always thought he was tall. It was our pleasure, she said, surprised to mean it. In New York, Judith had never had to work. That was what servants had been for. Her brother still had some, but he called them employees. All week she'd labored alongside the Lancaster sisters and both of the ranch housekeepers to prepare for the wedding. Work. It was becoming a regular occurrence for Judith. Part of her resented it. She was a lady, a Breckinridge of New York. Or she had been. Luke gave her shoulder a quick pat before moving through the chatting guests to congratulate the new couple. With a sigh, she followed him. Judith stood with Florence and Lydia in the parlor of the Circle B ranch as Marshall drove off with his new wife for their honeymoon trip. When he'd married Agnes, Judith had been off at school. Their father had chosen not to bring her home for the visit following their wedding. If Judith could have chosen a sister, it'd be Doris Lancaster. Doris Breckinridge. Why did Judith feel unsettled now her brother had married again? Surely she wasn't so petty as to resent their obvious happiness. She pushed him to do it, after all. In the last year, she'd been many things, most of them unpleasant and unhappy. She brushed aside the hair from her nieces' faces. Judith regretted having missed being here with them all these years. She should have come to help Marshall when Agnes had died. Instead of assisting her brother in his time of need, Judith had selfishly stayed home where she could attend balls and flirt and make an advantageous marriage. She'd thought she had. While she hadn't loved Teddy, she'd been fond of him, and she'd thought he was fond of her. It appeared that hadn't been enough. What he'd valued was her fortune and his precious reputation. He hadn't shown the least regret when he'd broken off their engagement. If anything, he'd treated her as though she'd had leprosy, and he might catch her dishonor merely by being in her company. Judith shook her head. It was all in the past. "I suppose we should finish cleaning up," she said to the girls. "I thought when Miss Doris married Daddy that she would live here with us," Lydia said, her little voice sad. "I told you they will," Florence said with a haughty sniff, which sounded too much like Judith. "I told you before. They're only going on their honeymoon trip." "But I miss them already," Lydia whined. "You're just tired." Judith picked her up. "It's been a long day following a busy week." "When are you going to get married?" Florence slid her hand into Judith's. What man would ever look at her and not see the daughter of a convicted felon? "I think I'll just be your spinster aunt and keep driving you to and from school." "I'm sure you're nice enough now to catch a husband," Lydia said, blind to the sting of her words. "You're not nearly so cross as you used to be." "I was cross. I'm sorry." What a wretch Judith had been to treat two motherless girls in such a way. It was just one more sign she'd inherited her father's flawed blood. At a knock on the parlor door, they turned. Luke Hamblin peeked in. "I just wanted to let you know we've finished cleaning up. "What?" Judith set Lydia down and hurried toward him. "I didn't mean to leave all that for your people." "It was our responsibility as the bride's family," he shrugged. "If the wedding had been held at the Lucky L like it should have, we'd have cleaned up anyway." "Well, thank you. I'm sure Mrs. Hauser is relieved." Judith glanced into the hallway where the others had gathered. She had a difficult time understanding how easily the three sisters had blended into Mr. Hamblin's household. "I understand from her you did quite a bit of the work on this." He extended his hand to her. "Doris has become a dear friend." Judith took it, meeting his gaze. In spite of the long day, she caught a hint of his shaving soap. She was used to the smell of leather on the men around her, but Luke's musky scent brought unexpected warmth to her. A powerful awareness struck her and made her wonder what it would be like to kiss him. Luke leaned closer, and her pulse quickened. "And now you're my sister, too," he said. Judith felt like someone had thrown a pail of cold water on her. She released his hand and stepped back beside the girls. "Thank you again, Mr. Hamlin," she said. "Please, call me Luke. We're family now." He turned to the others and asked, "Is everyone ready to go?" The Lancaster guests offered their farewells and left the house. An odd sense of loss accompanied their departure, and Judith's chest felt tight. She cleared her throat. "Girls, can you check to see if Mrs. Hauser needs any help?" Judith asked. They skipped away, and she stepped onto the porch, watching as Luke took his place on his surrey. The wind had kicked up, bringing a chill with it. She wished she'd put on a shawl. The Indian summer they'd been blessed with was ending, and the crops were nearly all in now. Winter would come soon. Luke glanced back and met her gaze, raising his hand in farewell. The earlier warmth flushed through her again. She told her foolish heart to go back to sleep. He'd called her his sister. With an answering wave, Judith turned to go back into the house.
Thank you for listening to A Dandy for Doris. Be sure to subscribe to my channel to know when new audiobooks or other fun videos are available.
This has been A Dandy for Doris, Lilac City Novella Series, Book 2, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Copyright 2019 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright by Donna K. Weaver.